Hello? Hello? Good morning. It's not morning anymore, it's 3:15 in the afternoon. But good morning nonetheless. We are gonna get started in just a sec. I think it's this one. Yes. Alright, and I just need to... Sorry, I just gotta change this. Let's just like delete. There. How is that? Is that centered? I'm sure it's centered enough. Okay, yes. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome back. So we're gonna get started here. Variant is capitalized, that upsets me. There we go. Much better. But yeah, if you go into the chat and you do ! Variant vote, there is a little Google Forms that you can vote for the next Majengo variant. It ends at midnight tonight, so pretty much only people who were watching the stream are going to be able to tune in. I already know which one I'm doing. Okay. Okay. You're going to have to ignore some of the things that are on my test map. There's been some things that have been happening. Okay, so there's a few things I do want to go over really quickly with the Globster. I guess I can just give a little recap kind of what we did last time. Just to get started, let's see if we can wait and see if any more people are going to join in. Okay. So, we do in fact have our little lobster. I hope my sound... Yeah, it's not that loud. Okay. Cool. So yeah, this is the guy that we've been working on the past two streams, and we'll be working on him a little bit, just going over some things that I adjusted. Yeah, he's a fairly simple guy. He just kind of bites. He does a little headbutt while he's charging. Things I added. Let's see. I was able to get the it to aim actually. That was just a matter of using the wrong. It was just a matter of using the wrong attack state. I was using the Reaper one when the Thorny Dragon one works just as well, and actually lets you aim. It has a little aim socket, but it was the same basic concept. Just follow along to it, really. Of just adding in the different sockets and things, and yeah, and they work very well. He shoots his little spikies, very fun. Yeah, that was probably one of the main things. Other than that, everything is pretty much the same with him. There were a few things, though. First off, there is a setting that I forgot to show that's in the character BP. It's one of these basic, ones that you, one of these little check marks here. It's called Rider don't require saddle. If you're going to make a creature that doesn't need a saddle to ride, please make sure that this is checked. Otherwise, yeah, you will run into issues of your creature not being rideable. Because when you spawn them in through... I am, like, struggling to speak. Sorry. When you spawn them in the dev kit, it counts as, like, a summoned one, so... regardless of if it requires a saddle or not, it'll still like, give you the option. It's not the same as like wild taming one, essentially. So, yeah, that's like an easy thing to kind of slip past. You might miss it. Okay. I think that's pretty much it for the small globster. There were a few other changes for the alpha that I missed. I was wrong about the it's like is alpha or something. Yeah, I was wrong about this. This is not what actually causes it to take the half damage and things like that. That's actually a buff that is applied. Right here, it's a default buff. Again, all of this stuff was just in the alpha Carno blueprint. I just didn't set them up because I was just blind and I didn't see them, but they were all there. Again, if you want to make an alpha, you just go into game. Let's go to Primal Earth. Dinos. Where's Carno? And let's grab Mega Carno, right? So, load it up. See, we'll go over here again, click the little cogwheel here, and if you click show only modified, you won't see all of the random stuff, right? You can see, yeah, like this stuff, all this stuff isn't super relevant to us, and if we just kind of scroll down a little bit, eventually, yeah, here, default buffs. So yeah, he has like a little, this is the buff, there is like just a default one, a base one rather, and this is the Cardinal one. This is also what spawns the little particles, the little dust cloud you can see here, right, that they get. So if you want your guy to have that, there are other ways you can also apply it in for the Mega Lobster. I just applied it directly in the viewport here. It's up to you. You can do either one, I think. It won't really matter. But yeah, so just a few small things that yeah, I kind of missed. Also, make sure that for your alphas you have can be torpid. And can be carried. Yes, make sure you have those disabled. Otherwise, people will be able to pick up your alphas with like argents and things or quetzals, and they'll be able to knock them out, which you don't really want. They might not be able to tame them because we have can be tamed disabled. However, they can still be like knocked out, which is kind of a cheese. So we don't really want that. Yeah. For death animations, I can talk about this really quick. Death animations. Very stupid with the new ASA system. You do need to plug it in here, but you also need to plug it in here, which is where the like blend spaces would go. So you can just plug in your montage here. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, just know like, yeah, you need to plug them in here as well as here. It's really stupid. I love having multiple I love having multiple things that do the exact same function. It's really stupid. But yeah, so you need to plug those death animations in both of those spots in order for it to work. Otherwise, it won't be playing. I believe that's it for recapping things. When I was just running around with the Globster on, just on like single player and just running around and messing around with it, there were a few things that I noticed that I am going to change about the Globster. Namely that the Globster is kind of annoying to encounter if you are a beach bob. They have a really high aggro range is the main one. And so I want to fix that. I want to adjust their aggro range, right? I'm thinking more like a Therizino, you know, or I think maybe Dinotherium is the same way. Trying to think of other things that you can encounter on beaches that are like really scary. But yeah, sort of like a Therizino or like a Dire Bear, right? Where it doesn't aggro from super far away. That way, if you see one, it's not like instant death for you because these things are really fast. So in order to do that, we're going to need to use something that we didn't copy originally. It is called an AI controller. This is something that every creature has. So we can just grab the Karna one. You can see here, AI controller, right? And there's also a separate one for the alpha. And again, if you want to know what it does, we just click on show modified, right? So you can see natural targeting range is set here. Aggro notify neighbors, right? And then this is, right? So what this is for alphas, when you hit an alpha, they will aggro all nearby dinos, right? That's what this is. So this is like the base dino character BP. Whenever you hit it, it'll do that, right? And then here we have our natural targeting range. So we would drag that over and we would copy it into our Globster folder, which did get renamed actually when I published the mod to this. So it's kind of annoying. I'm used to scrolling all the way down, and now it's up here. So we would take this and we would copy it, right? We're not going to do that because I already did. Look at that. I am so smart. Yeah, so we're going to go in here. And again, we'll search up range. Here we go, natural targeting range, right? And you can see I've set this to 1,000. I think originally it was set to like 4,000 or something like that. And I've just gone in and I've just reduced this to 1,000, which 1,000 may seem like a lot, but it's 1,000, I believe it's like centimeters. It's very minute, it's very minor. So 1,000 is not a very broad range, whereas 4,000 is. In general, the AI controller, there are some things you can do with the AI controller. Generally, it is about like aggro and things like that. Which we're not overly concerned about. Like, I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. Really just kind of reducing the range of it. There are some ones you can do, like I know there's a corpse one, right? So Argents, I know, use this, where if you want them to aggro on corpses, but not aggro on things super close to them, you can do that. There's a bunch of fun things you can do in here. I'm not really going to talk about it though, too much. Yeah. I'm really not, because this is more complex things, and very few dinos actually have stuff involved in this, right? Yeah, but you can see like flee on, like, right? So there are options that you can do. Again, right? There's this fleeing stuff. There's things that you can do, again, to sort of notify things, right? Most of them are fairly self-explanatory, I think, right? We're really just not going to be messing with them all that much. Here, that's a fun one. That would be for what is it? What are they called? Dimorphs, right? or vultures, right, where they target the player specifically. That's done there. That we're not too concerned about. That would be for actual graphing. But yeah, all of these I think are fairly self-explanatory as to what they do. Yeah, until you get kind of down here in which they're talking about replication and things like that, which we're not worried about. Yeah, okay. So that's pretty much it for this. I feel bad I'm not spending too much time talking about it, but the main one we're worried about is the range here, which again, we've set it to 1000. Right? Okay, so we're going to save that. And we would go into our Globster, we would search up AI controller. There we go. AI controller class, and you would just plug it in, right? Oh! You didn't see anything just now. Yeah, we would take this and we would slot it in, right? There you go. We'll compile you. Yep. And save. And then for the Mega Globster, right, we do the same thing, but for the Alpha one, which, again, we just do the sort of neighbor thing, right? And yeah, this is already set up because this is just a copy of the Carno. And we would do, again, range, set to 2500. Maybe that's a little high for this guy. So let's reduce that to like maybe 1500. I don't want people to get jumped by Mega Globsters from their level 1, right? And then yeah, we would do the same thing. We go into the search up AI controller, right? It's already plugged in. Cool. Compile, and we'll save. And that is a very, very simplistic explanation of what the AI controller does. Yeah, there are some things that you can set up in there. Yeah, really just like how your creature behaves. It's annoying because some settings are handled in the AI controller. However, other settings, like for example the targeting team, which here targeting team name override, right? That is what handles what your creature will aggro on, like what dinos it will aggro on, right? And yet it's here in the character BP. It's not in the AI controller where all of the AI stuff goes. So the AI controller and the character blueprint have, I don't want to say overlap, but there are things that you would expect to be in one that are in the other, and vice versa. Yeah, so they kind of work in tandem. And yeah, like, again, ignored by wild dinos, ignores wild dinos, right? Like, stuff like that that you would think would be in the AI controller, the thing that controls the AI, are not. It's bizarre. It is so bizarre. Truly, even just here in, like, targeting stuff. So, yeah. Generally speaking, that's kind of why, like, very few creatures actually use the AI controller. I'm pretty sure even, like, Compy, and maybe even Hyaenodon. I'm not 100% sure on Hyaenodon, but I know Compy, like, all of the stuff of Compies that they don't attack you when they walk up to you at first, that's all done in the character BP. None of that is done in the AI controller, so really the AI controller, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Outside of a few basic things, again, like with alphas, making them aggro on things. And there are, like, some very advanced things you can do. But yeah, not a ton, right? Okay. So that's it for the AI controller. I don't believe there's anything else. And that's pretty much it for the Globster, I think. The only other thing I wanted to tweak was, and I've already done this actually, so I went and added some spawns for them. Right, so I added some spawns up here to Lost Colony. I don't know if they're actually spawning there or not. Lost Colony spawns seem to be funny. I don't know why. And then I reduced the Mega Lobster spawns a little bit because they are quite prevalent, which is not good. But yeah, this is all stuff that we already went over in the last one, so I'm not really going to go over this all that much. I literally, all I did is I copied this one, and then I just changed the name of the entry to the Hot Springs one. Which, by the way, yeah, if you ever want to find it, like, because this doesn't actually have LC in the name, so, like, you can do is you can search up, like, LC or whatever map, like AB, right? Because typically they'll have the name, right? And yeah, you can click, like, Hot Springs LC, and then you click this little folder icon. And this will, because the wiki, I don't think it's actually up to date yet with Lost Colony spawns, and this will just bring you to all of the spawn entries, so you can see, and you can like open up like, what's a good one? There's some valley ones, I think. Like some of them are kind of self-explanatory, but like if you're trying to figure out where you want your creature to spawn, you don't really know exactly what they do, right? Like mountain. What spawns in the mountain? Let's see, and it'll tell you, right? So Snow Dragon, Young Ice Fox, Angel Fox, right? You can see all these things. Like if that seems like an appropriate spot for your creature to spawn, you can do that, right? However, I think. Sorry, a phone call. I think the Hot Springs outer is fine for this guy. Not like a super early, but yeah. Okay. That should be it for Lost Colony, I think. That should be it for Globster overall. I don't think there's anything left for Globster. Yeah. Hello. Welcome. I'm gonna be really mad. I'm gonna be really mad if at the end of the stream it's because currently it's a 4-way tie for what the Majunga variant is going to be. I like if it loses or if it ends up being a tie like all the way around, I'm gonna be so mad. But okay, I think that's it for Globster. There's not really much else I want to do with him. Again, he's kind of a simple creature. So we're gonna make a new one. Yeah, we're gonna make a second creature. We're gonna make a new folder first. And I already know what I'm gonna call this guy because I've thought about it. We are going to be making a. Wow! Again, I am like whenever I crack my knuckles, it's like so loud. I don't know why. Yeah, we're going to be making a Tatzel Worm. And we are going to be using a pre-existing Arc rig. We're going to be using a pre-existing Arc model to get us started here. So, again, just to show like the process of doing it, because I think that's something that I kind of glossed over when talking about in the first episode. There's a few differences when you're dealing with pre-existing rigs. And there is, I think there is kind of a stigma of like, oh, you have to make everything yourself. You have to make everything yourself. But there are a lot of really successful mods that use pre-existing rigs and just make modifications to them, right? Or pre-existing models just make modifications to them. I'm thinking like the like Clay's mods, right? Like the Clay Trike or the Clay Pachyrhino or the Clay Anki, right? Like those are simple like modifications to a base game creature, which work totally fine, right? A woolly one, oh gosh, maybe it may happen. But yeah, there's plenty of mods that do that, right? That simply even like Paleo Arc, like the Paleo, like the Greater Kentro, right? That's just a copy of the Kentro. Modified, you know. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. We're not going to be making a variant, I should say. We're not going to be making a variant. We're going to be making a creature that uses a pre-existing one. And I was trying to think of what one to use because I didn't want to, like super crazy. And I decided I'm going to be doing the Reaper Baby. This little freak. yeah, we're gonna be doing this like freak of nature right here. So we're gonna be making a copy of it and setting up our own little giant Reaper variant. It's gonna have a saddle. I went ahead and I made a not a custom saddle. I kit bashed a saddle. It has a new skin. And yeah, it's gonna have some new abilities. I had a couple animations done for it. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that. The first thing you may notice here is that yes, this actually doesn't have a character BP, because it's just the child version of the Nameless. There's actually, I believe, a character blueprinted here called like, it's like Child or something. I don't remember. Anyway, it's somewhere in here. And yeah, like I said before, like we're not. All I really want from this is the model and the animations. So making a copy of the Reaper's character blueprint with all of the stuff that it has going on is not really needed, I don't think. This is going to have nothing on it because I believe it's just a copy of the base one. But let me show you. Right, so we're not going to be making a copy of this. We're going to be making a copy of a different character blueprint, like a simple one. Again, like I said in the first episode, generally speaking, it's better to make copies of easy creatures rather than like the one that you're trying to use, unless there's a specific mechanic that you want to use, right? Someone was talking that they wanted to make a companion mode creature, right? And in an instance like that, where there's some like really complex graphing that you want to use, then I could say that you could probably just make a copy of like the Veilwind or whatever that you want to use. However, if you don't want that and you just want to make, oh god, he's losing his mind. Oh my god, sorry. There's someone at the door. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, unless there's a very specific mechanic that you want to use from a creature, I generally think it's better to just make a copy of a simple one that has no graphing. So for that would be stuff like, again, for herbivores, it's like Phiomia, or for carnivores, it's like Carno, or anything like that. I'm trying to think what would be a good one to use. For the stuff that this guy's going to do, maybe Carno. We used Carno for the last one. Maybe, you know what? I think that we won't use Carno this time because there's a little bit more. So let's use, what's another simple creature? Maybe Saber. Saber could be a good one. I don't believe Saber has any graphing like whatsoever. Let's see here. Saber. Ah, it does now. Why? What are you like? Oh, that's so funny. I see. That's fascinating that it has that. Yeah, so it has a little bit. Okay, so maybe we won't use Saber then. What's that other creature? Like maybe Direwolf? Yeah? I don't think Direwolf has much going on. Actually, it probably does, because it has a whole howl thing. Yeah, and it has the little sniffing stuff. Okay, we won't use this. Fuck, what's a really simple... You know, maybe, I know. Maybe Toad would be good. I'm trying to find something with a jump. That's the main thing I'm trying to find. Even though it's a super simple thing to set up. Okay. Yeah, let's do you with your jump. Right, yeah, you have nothing. Although, Toad kind of has problems, actually. I recall there's issues with, like, turning with Toad. Fuck. You know, we'll use Carno. All right, I've been very indecisive. I'm sorry. Let's use Carno. So, whoops, that's not right. Let's go into our poster. Let's make a copy of Carno. And again, we're not making a variant. We're making our own creatures. So, yeah, we're going to make a copy, not a child class. I won't call you that, right? Okay. So let's go back here. Let's go right now. And yeah, the main things that we want would be and a blueprint. Although we're going to change the parent. This skeleton. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Shift selecting instead of control selecting. Okay. So, yeah, we'll grab these. I don't think we'll need the physics asset because I think we'll generate our own. However, yeah, let's go in here. Let's find you. And let's copy them. Right. And the reason why we're making a copy of the skeleton, by the way, is because we are going to modify, not the skeleton itself, but we're going to be adding some... Hold on. To Tatzel. We are going to be adding sockets because the nameless offspring is small and unwritable. It doesn't have a writer socket, which means that when we write it, as I'll show you in a bit, we're just going to be like stuck in the ground. So yeah, we're not going to do that. So we've made a copy of the skeleton. We've made a copy of the skeletal mesh. We're going to just right-click the skeleton. Excuse me. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to right-click the skeletal mesh. We're going to go to skeleton. We're going to assign skeleton. First, I need to rename you. Which, by the way, if you ever do this, I should have done this actually the first time. If you do this, you can right-click actually. And there's a new setting in ASA that I always forget to use called batch rename. So if you're ever copying over a bunch of things that have the same name, like from the same creature or something, and you want to change them, you can just type in nameless offspring, and we can just change this to Tatzel. Right? It's not super useful with just two, but when we're copying over animations in a little bit, you'll see it's very handy to have. Yeah, so we're going to apply these. And yeah, we're going to right-click this. We're going to skeleton, assign skeleton, Tatzel, worm, skeleton, right? All of these line up because it's just a copy, right? Okay. So, we will save you. And, yeah, okay. going to make a folder for our animations. And yeah. Okay. We will need to reference the actually, no, you don't have like a traditional character blueprint. Huh, never mind. Okay. So we're gonna make copies. We don't actually need all of these. The main ones we need are the moves, with the cuddles. Don't need those. Hurt, idle, idle death. We're not concerned about. Move. Right. Move left. Move right. Swim. Yeah. And we are going to. Oh my god. I just unselected the bullshit. I forgot. Oops. Okay. We're gonna quickly go through it again. Dang. Oh, that was very stupid of me to do. Why did I do that? Okay, move. Left, right, swim. Okay. Quickly before I do it again. We are going to go into Tatzelworm, to animations. We're going to copy them. Select all these. Replace skeleton with our Tatzelworm skeleton. Right. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to batch rename from nameless offspring to Tatzelworm. Right? Yeah, you can see. We would have had to go through and change all of these individually, one by one. It's much easier now. It is. And these should be connected still, yeah. Okay. Cool. So, there are a couple of other animations actually that I would like to import. So import these. These are my Tatzelworm skeleton. And make sure import only animations. Cool. So we're gonna select all these. Batch rename these as well. Where is it? There it is. What is it? Updated anims underscore anim underscore root. So we're gonna choose these two. Tatzelworm. Okay. Hey. The only other one we're going to do is we're actually going to go into my other one. It's like I just made a test variant of it. I'm sorry. I need to actually check and see which one of these I used. Attack test. Okay, attack test 2. Sorry. You're getting a behind the scenes look. Okay. Don't mind. We're just going to copy here. And again, I'm going to right click. Batch rename. We're going to name this to Tatzelworm underscore attack. There we go. Okay. Sick. So we have them now. And yeah, we're going to go into our anim blueprint. Which... hold on. I mean, I guess we can compile it real quick. Reparent. To... I don't even remember remember what it's called. I think it's root bone. Something like that. Maybe it's just this. Let me open up the, I've got to double check. I want to make sure that I'm using the right NM blueprint. Sorry, one sec. Hello, Mordekaiser. If you saw, I think you could see it still. Or at the bottom, if you do exclamation point variant vote, you can vote for what the next Majunga variant is going to be. It'll send you a little link. So you can vote for it. Dynamic Anim Override. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, I want this one. Reparent. Ugh. Probably because it's strike. Okay. Turn off blink. Use blinking is false. Okay, cool. Aim offset. Offset is off. Okay. We're gonna search it. Oops. No, we're not. We're just gonna scroll down, I guess. There we go. Okay. Sick. So we're going to go into our Tatzelworm, we're going to go into our animations, we're going to search up for idle. Yep, we're going to slot that in. Yeah, move forward. Oops. Move. Ugh. Okay, move forward. Move left. Come on. There we go. Move right. Charge forward. Oops. Charge left. Charge right. And we need our swim. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a swim idle, and I didn't get to make one in time, so yeah. We're just gonna be using the swim forward for both of these. Turn in place, he doesn't have falling. We're going to be using our jump idle, which is one that main. And torpid. I don't think he actually has a torpid. Okay, cool. Sick. So we're unconcerned about that. Okay. Let us compile. Let us save. We're going to do, so we got to go through, use falling, use turning, use swimming, use running, use sleeping. Use blinking is off, use turn in place is off, use aim offset is off because, again, he doesn't have an aim offset, unfortunately. But okay, so very quickly now, we have just gone in and made this. So we're going to take both of these, and we're just going to move them in there real quick. Since we're kind of done with those. We don't need them. Okay. Oh, and one more thing, sorry. We need to create physics asset. Sure, that looks right. Okay. And you're gonna see very quickly that this thing is massive, but it'll be fine. So again, we're gonna go into our skeletal mesh. We want our skeletal mesh. Right. We want our NM blueprint to replace that. And we just compile real quick. go to viewport, you can see, look at that, we have our guy. Now, let me just show real quick. Very broken right now for a couple of reasons, but technically working. Just spawn you in. Wow. Look at that. Okay, first off, yeah, he's under the ground. And yeah, you can see... Hold on. We are very bizarre. Like, we're facing to the side. This is weird. Like, what's going on? It's because we are using, again, a small dino. We need to go into probably our skeleton. And we need to make a rider socket. Right, so we could use back 1, back 2, back 3. Wow, spice it up a little, huh? I think let's do back 2. I'm pretty sure. So we'll add a socket, and again, rider socket. Make sure the R and the S are capitalized. Save. X out. Actually, don't X out yet, because there's one more thing we need to do here. We need to make our simple IK. I guess that's simple IK, but we need to make our IK, because if we go in here, L leg, L ankle, yeah, you can see that these names are different, right? That's the reason why he was kind of like contorted and falling into the ground, was because he had no IK. So we're going to do that really quickly. And I think we can just do the front legs and the hind legs. So we'll do L front leg underscore shoulder. Right, so L front leg underscore shoulder. I don't remember if it was capitalized. Okay, it was capitalized. Hold on. L front leg underscore shoulder. And L front leg underscore wrist. Right, put this in here. Our front leg, oops. Our front leg underscore shoulder. Our front leg underscore wrist. Right, and we're gonna make 2 more. We'll do, I think it was hind leg underscore shoulder. Hind leg underscore wrist. Double check those real quick. Yep, cool. And then our hind leg underscore shoulder. Hind leg underscore wrist. Okay. We'll compile real quick. Save. Cool. Okay. Now, our capsule is quite small. However, this guy is really big. Like, if I just go ahead and load in. I don't know about you, but that's really big for, like that's quite big. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool, right? But I kind of want this guy to be a bit smaller than this. Right? So, we're going to make him smaller. But yeah, you can see, like, look at that. His legs are nice and pokey outy. Very fancy. If we ride on him, right, even though the animations don't necessarily line up, you can see here. And really quickly, yes, this, so you can see now our rider is the correct scale. However, we're still crooked and sideways. So what we can do is, while keeping this open, we can actually go into our thing here, and we can actually adjust this. This is kind of hard to show. Oops, let's go here, right? And again, we'll pick the rider socket, right? And let's move this to -90. Is that the right way? Yes. So now you can see we're facing upwards, right? So yeah, we can change this. Yeah, this is all stuff that we've already gone over with the first one when creating it. But yeah, look at that. Now we have a rider is no longer inside of his body, right? Okay. Oh lord. He coming. Very silly. Very goofy. Okay. So we've done that. Yes, you can make adjustments to the skeleton, and to like the skeletal mesh and things like that while playing. The only thing you can't do is make changes to the character blueprint. Really, if you try to make changes to the character blueprint while you're playing editor while your Pi is running, you'll just crash the dev kit. You will. So don't do that. just don't do it. Yeah, it's bad. Don't do that. Okay. So I want him to be smaller. Right now, I believe he's set to, scale, I think is what it is. Yeah, 5.5. Very big, right? We don't want that. We want him to be smaller. What's a good size? Maybe 3.5? Let's try 3.5. And see how that is, right? Look at that. He's nice and itty-bitty. However, again, he's kind of poking below. And yeah, just as a reminder, yeah, when setting up stuff like this, you always want the bottom of your character's feet to line up with the bottom of the... something like that, I think, is probably correct. It's funny that, like, some of his legs, like, poke into the ground. It's very stupid. Yeah, you always want it to line up with the bottom of the capsule, not with this grid here. It's very counterintuitive. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that, and let's see how that looks. Let's see. We'll spawn in our Tatzelworm. There we go. I think that's more of a more appropriate size, right? And if we go into K mode... yeah, look at that, right? I think that looks quite nice. I think that's a fair size. Unfortunately, we can't see him. That's because, again, we're using Carno, which has super fun camera things, right? And it's called TPV, so let's go ahead and let's just adjust that really quickly. But I think that looks good for ours. So... let's set this to like 15. Set this to 1, and Z we want to be maybe like negative 50 or something. I don't know. Let's try this. See how that looks. Right. So okay. Again, this is all about just sort of playing around with numbers. So we'll spawn you in. Let's see. That's actually pretty close to what I want, I think. I think the only thing would be... what do you think? Maybe changing... well, I don't know, actually. Do I like this? Does this feel appropriate? Should it be further back? Look at you. You're so fancy, and you're doing a Carno attack. Because somehow, I guess because of the naming conventions... that's very funny. Yes, how very funny, actually. Wow. Okay, so we have our Tatzelworm. A few things we're going to have to do, again, this is just kind of retreading over. A lot of this stuff now from this point on, now that we've made the copies and things of pre-existing things, all of this stuff is going to be largely the same. So again, we're going to want to change the name. Descriptive name, Tatzelworm. And we'll change the tag. Yes, tag. Custom tag, right. Which one is it? Did we change both? I need to go back and look. Yeah, okay, we just changed both of them. Okay, cool. That makes it easy. Yeah. So we'll go in, we'll change this to Tetzel Worm. Right? And we'll do the same thing up here. And this will come into play actually today. We don't have a custom... Yeah, we don't really have a custom entry icon for you. I guess we'll just use the Reaper one, but... Yeah. We may want to change this capsule actually, so it's a little... So like maybe let's set this to like... 100 maybe? So what if we did this to like 110? Oops. Okay. Yeah, let's just try and bump you up. That looks right. Okay. So now our name should be corrected. Yep. Should be at least, I hope. And again, I am kind of breezing through this a little quicker, just because this is all kind of stuff we've gone over before. Yeah, that looks correct for your feet position. Good. Okay. Look at you run. You're so silly. Okay, so I want this guy to jump. My idea for this guy is to make him kind of like a caving creature. I think he's going to spawn in caves. Yeah, he's going to spawn in caves. And yeah, he's going to be kind of used for that. So I want to set up a jump, right? So we're going to go back to our character defaults again. Class defaults. There's an option, if I can find it, called can jump, and that's literally all it is, right? It's a very simple check mark. Here we go. If I go ahead and spawn this in, right? Now when I jump, you can see, and it's already using our fall that we used, right? That's honestly fine. However, there is more you can do with a jump, like if you don't just want it to kind of awkwardly do that, right? For some creatures that can work fine. However, for our purposes, I want this to be a little more look a little better. So we're going to take our jump. If you ever wanted to make custom jump animations, the way that you would do it is you would do 3 different ones. So you have your jump idle, your jump in, and then your jump out. So your jump in, which I can show you real quick here, is it starts in the idle position and it just kind of jumps up, right? Yeah, right. Very simple. Right, just a little whoop, 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 whoop. And your jump idle, fairly self-explanatory. That would be like your falling animation, that like just like the loop of when it's in the air. And then you would need a jump out, which is sort of like it landing, right? So for this guy, he just kind of lands. Very elegant. Very elegant. Okay. And for these, we're going to be making montages for these because we're going to be plugging them into the skeleton. We don't plug them into the anim blueprint. It's not like a move animation or like a charge animation. This is more like an attack animation or like the various different sort of emote animations that they have, right? So we're going to right click, we're going to create, and we're going to be creating an anim montage. And same with you. We're going to right click, we're going to create anim montage. Yeah, we're going to open these up. Yes, a rideable Reaper baby. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, yeah, I feel like this is something that a lot of people have done. So it's like, but I haven't really seen one in ASA, with the exception of some like Primal Fear-esque mods. You know, I don't think there really is one in ASE, even though there was so many of them in ASE, right? And so, yeah, we're going to save this. Again, we're setting it to full body slot. Again, because we're using a pre-existing rig, we actually don't need to make the full body slot and the additive slot and things like that we had to do last time. We're going to do the same thing. Don't worry that it's just T-posing. That's just a thing when you change slots. Yeah, so we're going to do the same thing here. Instead of setting it to default slot, we're going to set it to full body slot. Right. Okay. Cool. So, now we have those. We're going to go into our character BP one more time. And we're going to search up jump. Right, and you can see here we have our jump animation. That is going to be our jump in. So we're going to plug in our jump in here. I'm going to compile. We're going to save. And then the jump out animation is actually called landed. So this is our landed animation. Right, we're going to go here. Plug these in. There we go. Now we have our jump out. So now we have, it's basically, it's like a 3-part animation for the jump. So you have the jump in, which starts out in your idle position. Generally speaking, you want these to be full body animations. I suppose you could make them additive. I don't know. I think most creatures, though, have them as full body. But yeah, so you have your jump in, which starts in your idle position and then turns into the jump idle, which is like your falling animation. This is like the loop, so while it's midair, it's going to keep cycling through this animation. Typically, they're very short, only a couple of frames long, and then your jump out, which is like sort of it landing again. So if we spawn in, and we spawn in our Tatzelworm here, we ride on, right? And if I just F11, okay, let's zoom out. And again, we ignore that. You can see, look, kind of lands, and yeah, he's got a nice little jump. Look at that. He lands. He doesn't just fade into his he doesn't just fade into the idle animation and it looks really weird. He actually he actually fades into it, and he actually has an impact when he lands, which is nice. Right. Okay. There are a few other things you can do with the jump. Namely, you can edit values in it. So if I go here, I'm just going to X out of some of these that aren't needed anymore. Just to clear space. I'm sure immediately I'm going to need to go back and reference the... I'm sure I'm immediately going to have to go back and reference the Globster. But if you search up jump again, you can see there's these values here. So there's velocity, etc. Yeah, and things like that. Forward velocity, right? These are all various ones. Like if you pull up like a creature that has a jump, you can kind of compare values to kind of see what those values should be set to, right? So if I go to I'll look at Saber, because Saber, or maybe Thyla. I think Thyla has a pretty decent jump. Maybe that's what we'll reference. We'll reference Thyla for the jump, right? Thyla's got a pretty hefty jump, I think, if I recall correctly. Dear God, there's so much shit. All right, if we just search up jump. Hello? Jump? We're not concerned about that. It's here, yes. Jump, Z velocity. Z is the height. So the higher this value is, the higher your creature will jump. And then forward velocity is how far forward it goes, right? Yeah, those are like the main two. Other than that, yeah, these I believe are the same universally. Oh no, actually. Okay, so we can increase this a little bit. Let's increase this to like 0.2 or something. And I think he should have a pretty high jump. So let's set this to like, I don't know. Let's just double it. Let's set like 800, right? And for forward velocity, we'll have a little bit because right now he has none. So let's set this to like maybe 500. Okay. Let's compile. And let's see how that is. Let's see if that's a decent jump. Now if we spawn in our Tetzelworm. So here, now if we jump, look at that. And yeah, we have that air control is obviously for like controlling, like being able to like slow yourself down so you land at a specific point, which I feel like that value should be pretty high normally. Like this is 0.2, which that feels like a good amount, right? You have some control. Okay, so does that feel good for a jump? Do we want more? I feel like that's pretty good for our guy, right? Can get some distance. Look at him, so silly. Oh my goodness. Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay, I think that feels appropriate for our jump. So, let's go here. Let's grab. Oh my gosh! Again, I'm looking for the old name. Yeah, let's go back here. I think that's good for the jump. So we're gonna go to. Let's set up some attacks. Why not? Since we have them. Right. We're only going to be using one. This is a good check, actually. Do you have melee swing sockets? Are they called something different for you? You don't actually have melee swing sockets, do you? That's bizarre. I feel like you should. Huh. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and we'll add some in. We'll add in some... melee? That's not right. Melee swing socket. Goes all the way up here to, like, the tip there. Just the tip. Okay. And it's just called melee swing socket. We'll delete that. Delete that. Okay. And let's go in. Let's grab our attack animation. Pile. Real quick. Okay. Cool. Now if we spawn you in real quick. Yeah, look at that. You have a little bite now. An actual bite. Good. Okay. And let's just make sure real quick that you... What's that creature? Like summon... I don't know. Dodo. Hello, Dodo. You're only... It's so bizarre that you're only able to... How fascinating. Let me try this again. Okay. Well. Yeah, the run. I'm not too concerned about adjusting it yet, because I think I'll probably change it out. But, yeah. So, melee... Ah, because I called it melee swing socket instead of melee socket. That's why. There we go. Now it should be working. It looks even goofier with the swim, honestly. Hold on. Let me show the swim. Very funny. Right, so now... Spawn you in. Yes! Whee! Good jump. Yeah. Very goofy. Maybe there's a different... You're gonna get a headache riding this thing. That's very funny. You're gonna get a concussion. Okay, cool. For now, that looks good. I think okay, so I think that this creature should be able to apply some kind of a debuff on its attacks. So yeah, we're gonna do that. We're going to actually, Carno already kind of has this with Index 1. So we're going to just make a copy of this. Right, so we're gonna go down here. Let's just copy, and let's rename this to like Tatsu or something. I don't know. We'll figure out some kind of debuff for it to apply. However, I do want it to apply some kind of a debuff, and I was thinking of setting up some kind of a particle system that it can do. So for that, what's a creature that has particles with its attacks? I'm trying to think here. God, you open your mouth so wide. It's crazy. What's a creature that has? I think actually just normal Reaper maybe has. Doesn't it have like spittle that it does with its attacks? Let me see. Because with with particle systems, generally you can just, you know, use pre-existing ones. Ugh, corrupted, gross. Let's see. Attack, bite. Let's see. You. Let's see the montage. Maybe it's in the montage. No. Although, actually... Oh, no. We already have the melee swing. Never mind. What's another creature? I'm trying to think of something. You know what does? I think Fasola does, right? I'm pretty sure Fasola has, like, spittle when it bites. So let's look at Fasola. What would that be? ASA, Dinos, Fasolacicus. Is it a just base thing that it has, or is it in the animation? Let me see. I believe Fasola does, right? Oh, maybe not. Let's open up the character blueprint. Maybe it's in here, just like constantly. Ah. Let's see. Poll update? Anything changed? Still a 4-way tie. I'm not making 4 variants. One of them is going to have to make it. Viewport. I really thought he had like a little like particle system. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Well, if all else fails, we'll just use Thyla, because I know Thyla does on the Roar, so I guess we could just use that one. Although that's a Cascade particle system, unfortunately. Okay. Sorry about the delay on this. Maybe Thyla does actually have it just on the bite, too. I'm actually unsure. We'll find out. Let's see. Yeah, you do. I freaking knew it. You do. Okay. Alright. I've never seen that. Hello? Hello? That is not an animation that Thyla ever plays in game. I've never seen that animation before. That's crazy. What? That's so cool. I've never actually seen that. Huh. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Okay, so yeah, we're going to add in a particle effect. So we're gonna add a notify track, and we're gonna right click. We're going to add. I think it's particle. Nope, up here. Particle. Yeah, here we go. And what if I play particle effect custom? You're just gone. Hello? Where did it go? It just disappeared. He really did not. He really did not like me putting that particle system in there. Oh my word. What? Hello? What in the world? That's so bizarre. How? Oh, actually, hold on. There we go. That's fine. No. Why are you not working? Okay, well, in any case, let's add a notify track. How bizarre. Okay. We're gonna add in our particle system. So probably like... Yeah, okay. And we're gonna attach it to the jaw. C_jaw. Okay. And we're just gonna use this saliva, honestly. Parasaur has a saliva effect? I didn't know that. That's cool. Interesting. I'll look at it. I think I'm just gonna use this one for now. Unfortunately, I don't think it... Oops. Sorry. One. Okay, so let's see how this looks in game. See if it actually works. I hope it does. You're still playing Carnosun's course. Gotta fix that. Nope, you're not playing it. Why would you not play it? Maybe it hasn't been loaded yet. Yeah, so there's two types of... I should clarify this, because there's two types of, like, particle systems. There are the old ASC ones, which are Cascade, and then there are the new ones, which are Niagara. Generally speaking, you want to use Niagara systems if they're available. However, for some things like this, like for Thyla, this is why I really didn't want to use Thyla, because there are some that are Cascade that they're just old and they don't really work as well. Okay, so you're working, but you're just not playing in here, which is weird. Maybe I need to do some investigating. Figure out why. Okay. Now I should be able to look at it. I wonder if it was just a simple matter of it wasn't loaded in, or if it's just not going to play at all. Yeah, because particle systems can be kind of funny. But yeah, generally, if you're adding them into animations, so you can have like temporary ones. Again, think like Thyla, right, or like Yuti as well. Like Yuti's roar, that like particle thing, that's done directly in the animation itself, right? Whereas something like the alpha, like sort of cloud, like the fart cloud that surrounds alpha dinos, that stuff is handled in the character BP, or actually it's handled in a buff, but a buff that is installed to the character, that is applied to the character BP, right? So like more particle effects that are like continuous are generally done in the character BP, whereas like ones that are done in the like ones that you want to play at a specific instance are done in the animation, right? Also like not footprints, but like the like stomp effects, right? So think of like Bracky, right? Bracky's like particle effect that it spawns when it does the mega stomp. That is excuse me, is done in the in the character, in the not in the character, Jesus, in the animation itself. That is done in the like mega stomp animation, right? Okay. Yeah, again, yeah, just a reminder for everyone. Hey, do your exclamation point variant vote to go vote for the next Majunga variant. Currently, we have 4 responses and a 4-way tie. So if there's a specific variant you want, get on that. I believe in you. I believe in you. All right, let's see if it works now. There also may be a setting that I'm missing. Again, just like if you're trying to reference something, just like look in here, you know. It could also be, yeah, it could be attached. Also might be the reason. It's already attached. Should be attached to the. Let's scale it up to like 10 or something, because it may just be really small. That way, it's obvious if it's spawning or not. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's see. Are you salivating yet? No, you're not. Why are you not? How odd. You know what? Is it? Hold on. Is it Thyla or Thylacoleo? Okay. I wonder if it's just an issue with this particle. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, you do it. What? That's so odd. Who am I to question the magic of Arc, really? You look bizarre with your fur cards all fucked up. Okay. So there's a reason why you're not working. I don't know what it is. Alright, we're going to troubleshoot this. We're doing it live. We need to troubleshoot this and figure out what's up with it. Let's just compare real quick. Oops, not that. This. Particle scale. Maybe. Maybe I'm doing the wrong one. Maybe. It's possible. Yeah, you didn't really have anything else enabled. Your location is a little different. Okay, but it might have been particle scale. Let's see. Come on, my friend. Work. Work for me. No, of course you're not. Unless it's like inside of you and I can't see it. This vexes me. Are you guys referencing each other? Source. Okay, you know what? Just to humor me. Ah! Got it. I knew it. I was sitting there, I was like, I feel like maybe they're just not referencing each other. Okay, yes. Yes. Okay, so when we had copied these over from the original skeleton, and I guarantee you it's the same case with these ones too. When you copy over the montages, I think I had this written down in my notes too, and I just forgot about it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did. Okay, yes. One more thing that I forgot to mention. When you copy these over, for your montages, you'll need to replace these. Because technically they're not referencing the same thing. So for this one, the cuddle, currently you can see it's referencing nameless offering cuddle. That's why we changed the name of these. That way it's not confusing. So if we just slot those in, right, and save, and just go through all of these. So we'll get the hurt as well. That's a really funny animation. It's really funny playing constantly back. Oh my god. Okay, and then we're gonna choose this. There's like he's like breakdancing or something. He's kind of doing it to the beat of the music too. Oh my goodness. Actually, let me turn down the music a little bit. Okay. Let me save. Is there another one? Yes. Oh no, but our jump in and jump out are, we don't need to worry about those ones. Okay, so it's just those three really. Okay, now we're gonna have giant saliva that's gonna spawn. Okay. Yeah, there we go. And that's our 10x scale. Okay. So now we can go in and we can set the scale back down to 1 instead of 10. Right, okay. And if we wanted to make changes to this, right? Like if I wanted, I kind of think that this, I kind of like this. I think we're gonna do like a poison thing or something because he just looks like poisonous, you know. That's what I was thinking. So maybe I want to, again, I'm going to just search this. I'm just gonna make a copy of this. Again, we're gonna make a copy of this, and we're just going to adjust it. So let's copy. And before we actually make changes to this, I want to change the name of it. So we're going to rename you. Okay. So we open this now. We can see that it's like this. Now, you just want to kind of click on this. Nope. Our color, right? And I want this to be like kind of nasty green. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's sick. That's very gross looking. Okay. And we can see, yeah. So this, just color over life. Again, you can just simple changes to this. You can also, again, change like lifetime, right? And things like that to make it last longer and things like that. Really, this is a lot of just futzing with values that I can't really explain too much other than, yeah, just making copies of things really and just futzing around with them until you get something that you like. But yeah, generally color over life is what you want if you want to set the color of a particle effect. So we're going to go in here. We are going to grab our Tatzelworm Saliva. To save. X out. X out of that. We can X out of Thyla as well. And now... I don't know why that was so funny to me. Okay, cool. So now we go in here. Let's Alt-P. Again, Alt-P keyboard shortcut to load into Pi. We'll spawn in our guy. And now, when he does his little bite, he should have nothing happen. Oh, no, he does. It's just very small. Okay, so maybe we want to adjust the location of it. I was going to say, I was so worried that it just broke somehow. Sometimes things break, you know? Okay, so location, let's set this to like 50. Let's try that. And here we go. That's really far out, so we don't want that. We want maybe like 20. And I think I'm going to scale it up a little bit. So let's set this to like 15. Maybe like -10 on the Y. No. I think Y is side to side. I think -Z is what I want. Let's set that to like -50 just to... for proof of concept. 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. Make it a little bit bigger. It's a little more obvious. Okay. Let's try it again. And we'll spawn you in. Let's see. Okay, Z is... Yeah, Z is to the side. Okay, so that was wrong. That's why we set it to a big value. If you're ever unsure of which of these values does what, because there is some weird like bone orientation things in Arc where sometimes they don't like mean the same things. If you're ever unsure, set it to a very high value. That way it's obvious which way it's going. So let's set this to like negative, I don't know, -5. Like a small value. Okay, there we go. Let's see. How does this look? Okay. And we are just going to... Oh, yeah, nice and gross. 1.5 may even be a little too big, but I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that's enough? Nice and gross. I really can't get over how goofy the run is. It's very funny. Okay, it's all right though. Don't worry. And okay, sick. Yeah, I think that looks good for the saliva effect, right? That's fine. And then all we're going to do now is we're just going to go in, right? We made a copy of this damage type, so let's open you. Currently, it's just set to the bleed, so we're just going to bleed targets, I think. But we can easily interchange this for something else, right? What's a good debuff? What's a good, like, poisony debuff? Maybe Fasola's one, right? That's really... doesn't that, like, make things not attack, though? Maybe that's a little too strong. What's a good debuff? I'm trying to think. I don't know. We'll leave it at Bleeding Carno. Well, actually, let's change it to, like, just going to change it to Gash. Just so we can see it. Just so it's visual. So if I spawn in... That's a worm. Get on you. Let's spawn in like a Parasaur. Something bigger than a Dodo that won't die in one hit. Cheat summon Parasaur. Sorry. Character BP. Oops. BP underscore C. There we go. Let's get a para in here. Something that's big but won't fight back. Okay. So, our para. Oh, it didn't do anything because we haven't actually changed what damage type we're doing. So, we have our new damage type. We actually haven't changed that in the character BP though. So here, go into our bite, right? And here our melee damage type. Again, this is all stuff that we've gone over before, but yeah, I feel the need to go over it again. But yes, so this is like what applies essentially, right? This is how Aloe does its bleed. This is how actually this is how every single dino does its bleed, right? Okay, sick. For this specific. I cannot speak today, sorry. Specifically for melee attacks. For ranged attacks, it's actually done in the instance, right? Which we went over with the Globster. Look at that. You see it. You can see that there's a particle effect that's applied. Yeah. Very fancy. Hey, don't worry, he's not going to apply bleed. I'll come up with a different debuff. I just don't know. I don't know what one would be. What a fun one would be. Do you have like a trait or something? Hold on. Weird. He's just hungry. That's all. Okay. Okay. So we have our little guy. Yeah, we have our little guy. And he jumps. Right? And for our right click, let me I just want to do like a cosmetic roar, I think. The roar will probably do something eventually, but for now, I'm just going to set it up. It's because I have the animation, honestly. So let's do this real quick. Where is my roar? There you are. Have someone roar. Create and a montage. There we go. And we'll open you up. And actually, this is going to be an additive. Yes, it's a very fun roar. He has a lot of tongue action. Okay, so we'll set this to additive slot, actually. Preview base pose, let's set it to Tatzelworm _ idle. Save. And again, when setting up idols, you need to not only set this up in the montage, but you also actually need to do it in the sequence itself. You need to go over in here. And we're going to do this again with a eat, actually, so once this loads, right. So you go over here, additive anim type, we're going to set this to local space, and then we're going to set this to selected animation frame. Because all additive animations reference the 0 frame, the first frame of the idle animation, we'll go into here, we'll switch up Tatzelworm _ idle. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So we're basically checking this specific frame, and it's already set to 0 by default, so we don't even need to change that. But yes, local space, and then selected animation frame, and then your idle animation. Or if it's, for whatever reason, if it's like a swim, I guess, maybe, or a fly, if it's like something you use while flying, then you would set it to like the fly idle, right? Okay, so we have that. Let's X out. And let's go to our character BP. Attack info 1. Let's change the name to Roar. Right. Yeah. Okay. I think we can just delete these. Just delete the swing sockets. And let's set it to our roar montage. There's a few things I want to do with this. I want to make this a high quality attack first. Right. Skip untamed? Yeah, sure. You don't want wild ones using it because it's not doing anything. Right. Prevent when swimming. Yep. Okay, cool. I think that should be it for now. And maybe we do, because this guy is a little smaller, maybe we do want to... Oh, fucking shit. Sorry. I just realized that. Again, I hate this. Every time you make an adjustment, it changes the index to index 0. It's very annoying. So if you change like a value here, right? Okay. So here, we're going to change this to a high quality attack. And skip untamed. Prevent when swimming. Okay. Now, compile. Save. Index 0. Let's reduce the damage to this because I feel like it's... Carno does a lot of damage. Let's set this to like 25 instead of 35. I didn't want this guy to be stronger than the Globster for sure. Okay. Now, we spawn in. And get our guy. Go into K mode. And of course, again, it's freaking plugged in wrong because of course it always does. Look at it. It's so frustrating that it does this. I don't know why it does. Very irritating. Anyways, yes. Index 1 is what we want to plug this into. Ugh, it drives me crazy. Set this to 1. Okay. Now we compile. And save. And now, hopefully, when we spawn him in, we right-click, right? He does his roar. Ah, look at you. Look at you roar. Fancy. Aren't you fancy? It's completely silent. He has no vocal cords, apparently. And it even works while walking. Very cool. Works while running, although I'm assuming because of the run animation, it's going to be kind of goofy. Oh my goodness, I love this stupid fucking Reaper's run animation. Okay. And that, I believe, very simply is this guy, right? There are probably a few more things we want to do, we want to set up. However, I think that's a good stopping point just for right now, because I've been going for 2 hours, and I just want to take a quick break, real quick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's see, which one is it? Is it this one? No, it's this one. Be right back. Okay, hold on. Hold up. There we go. Okay, yo, I'm gonna take a quick break real quick. Yeah, I will be back in a few minutes. And then we're gonna get started on making a saddle for this guy. And also, yeah, so we'll get into some actual graphic stuff with it. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Hello. I am back. Okay. We have one. Let's see. A quick check. Tech is now in the lead officially. The one that I really don't want to do because it's so much work. Okay, cool. All right. So we have our guy here. Let's start making a saddle. I'm actually going to make a folder. So we're going to put it in here just for ease. And oh, I don't remember which. I think it's this one. I want to say it's this one. So again here, we're going to set the skeleton. So a saddle is essentially it is weighted to, in order for it to play animations, it is weighted to the skeleton. So we are going to use our same Tatzelworm skeleton, right? And we are going to import it, right? I'm almost positive this is the correct one. I really hope it is. Yeah, it was just made off of just a little shitty kit bash of the Megalania one. Just kind of removing some straps and things to make it fit. And then just weighted it to the correct one. So, again, just like when we imported our Globster, and we didn't end up keeping that, we wanted to use a different texture. So we're going to do the same thing. Let's just grab the Megalania saddle. So let's just Megalania. Nope, that's plugins. That's why. Oops. Let's go to Primal Earth. Let's go to Dinos. Let's go to Megalania. Let's see if it's in here. I think the texture should be at least. Yes. Okay. Well, so we're going to make a copy of this. Down here, sorry. Forgetting where I'm at. I'm going to make a copy of this. We're also going to make a copy of our HUD. Right? So we're going to copy that. We're not going to make a copy of the textures, though, because we have our own textures. Okay, so now let's import our saddle textures. We got our icon textures as well. Let's just get those real quick. These are all done in Blender or in Substance Painter. I'm not really going to be going over that. I'm just going over how to set them up in game. I'm actually going to check. There's a bunch of them. I just need to double check to make sure I'm using the right ones. Hold on. For baking. Yes. Okay. Cool. Just had to double check that those are the right ones. Okay. So let's go into our Tatzelworm, into our saddle, and import our 4 baking ones. There we go. Okay, so now we have these. These are all virtual textures. So we're going to go into here. Yeah, maybe I'll do the tech variant on stream. It's going to be a lot of Blender, but I feel like we could probably do it. I don't know. We'll see. So saddle. This. We want this. We want our... I'm not going to spend too much time going over this because this is all things that have already been gone over, that have already been explained in the first one. Look at that. We have a fancy ass saddle. It's very fancy. It's very cool. It's very simple. It's a very basic saddle. It's sort of a scorpion saddle thing, or it doesn't really make sense, but we're not going to question it. All right. But yeah, so just whenever you import your saddle, you just make sure that it is, again, just like importing a mesh, you want to, or just like importing animations, you want to assign them to your skeleton, right? And then, yeah, just instead of using the ASA Dino material, you would use like a saddle material, whatever. Even if you're not like, even if you're not like making an edit of a pre-existing saddle, you generally like the settings here, just for very, very basic, very basic things that we're doing here. The settings here, like the different like leather swatches that they use to add like that kind of roughness to the saddles and things like that, and the excuse me, like the shininess on the metallic stuff. Instead of having to set that up painfully ourselves, we're just going to be using a pre-existing material to do that, right? Again, because you don't need to do everything. You don't need to make your life harder than it. You don't need to make your life harder than it should be. Yeah, that's how it goes, I think. So yeah, we're going to stick with this. And yeah, you can see. Ooh, fancy. Let's X out of that, and let's open up our HUD. HUD. Struggling to speak. And for this, we are going to, again, control space, bring this up. We're going to grab our diffuse, right, and our colorize. Look at that, very fancy. Wow. Ooh, very cool. Okay, cool. So we have that, and we have our actual thing. We can now open up our mesh and slot in this. Oh, and look at that. We have the saddle. Let's save. Our saddle has textures now. And we can now delete this old one. And let's just save all real quick, honestly. Okay, so now we have this. Let's just make a new folder for textures, just so this doesn't get cluttered. So these, also these. I'll just skip that a bit. Okay, cool. So there's a few things we need for this. We need our actual primal item armor, or our primal item, right? That the actual saddle itself. And we also need an engram entry. So we are going to go back here. And let's just search up saddle. All right. Fine. It doesn't matter which one. We don't need to necessarily take the Megalania one. We're just going to scroll down. You can sort them, but I'm not going to bother. So we need an engram entry. So let's grab our engram entry. Apparently we're using the Basilisk saddle one. Sure, why not? We're going to scroll down past these. Past all the HUD stuff, because we are now going all the way down to P, because we need a primal item armor. Here we go. Primal item armor underscore. Let's not grab Argentavis, because that one is like a smithy. So let's just grab. Let's grab Basilisk saddle again. Sure, why not? Okay. So now we're going to go down 2 hours. Okay, just grab like a basic saddle, right? And then we also grabbed our engram entry. So those are the two things that we need, right? What we're going to do, we're going to drag them over here, and we are going to copy them. Okay, so now we go in here, and we're going to rename this to Tatzelworm Saddle. Tatzelworm Saddle. Engram entry underscore. I could use the bulk rename. I'm just too lazy to. Okay. And so we're going to open up the Engram entry. This is, it's an Engram, right? I think it's really self-explanatory. Oh shit, I shouldn't have actually done this one, but whatever. We'll just do arc prime. Right. Most of them should just be set to arc prime. If you want it to be specifically on aberration or whatever, or on scorched or genesis or whatever, you can set it there. You can see right here, so the level, what's a good level for this? Maybe, I feel like our guy is kind of, let's see. Let's see, when is Arthro Plura Saddle? Arthro is unlocked at level 54. Jeez, my goodness. All right, well, ours won't be that. Ours won't be that much. Let's set this to like maybe 44, right? 44 and required points. I don't know, like 20. We'll reduce it a little bit, right? And right here, our primal item armor underscore basilisk saddle, right? We're obviously going to substitute that for our primal item armor underscore tatzelworm saddle. So we're just going to slot that in. We're going to compile and we're going to save. And that's all we need to do for the Engram entry right now, right? So we're just going to X out of that again. Very simple. And now a lot of this is going to be done in the primal item armor. Okay. So, probably the easiest thing to do is just to go here, show only modified properties, right? And now you can see immediately, right, all of the different things, right? Instead of having to go through everything painfully, we're just going to go through it. I'll go through a little bit of it instead of literally everything, right? Right. And so to plug in that, to plug in that. Okay. And first thing right here. Requires explicit owner tags. Again, that is where, much like with like the eggs and things like that, where our tag is going to come in here, right? So our custom tag is tatzelworm, right? So we're going to change this from basilisk to tatzelworm, right? And then here, again, we're just under show only modified properties. That way we're not having to scroll down a bunch to find this stuff. Attachment infos right here, our basilisk saddle rig. We are going to plug in our skeletal mesh here, right? And that should be it for that. And we're just going to keep scrolling down here. We'll eventually come to like descriptions and things like that. But again, most of this stuff is not of our concern, unless you're making a very special saddle, in which case, even then, most of that stuff would probably be handled in the character blueprint and not in the saddle. This is just like the equip, essentially, right? Here we go. Base crafting resource requirements. Yeah, so we'll tweak these values because this is basilisk, right? So this would be like 120. Not that much metal. Let's set this to like 30 metal. Maybe a little bit of cementing paste. Maybe like, you know, let's do 40, and then we'll do 20, and then let's do obsidian, right? I feel like obsidian is kind of a cave resource, and this is like a cave dino, right? So we'll do that. So it costs 200 hide, 200 fiber, 40 metal, 20 cementing paste, 20 obsidian, right? And right here, right below it, crafting requires inventory component. This is a big thing. If you remember at ASE, how like every single saddle or every single creature, either they had their own special workbench that you needed to use for the mod, or they would just be craftable in your inventory. And this is something that they added, I believe it was added in ASA. I don't think it like existed in ASE for modded saddles because it would like break. It would make like a custom smithy and things like that. So it was not possible. But here we can do crafting requires inventory component, and it's only craftable in the smithy, right? Okay. So base repairing XP. Let's or crafting XP. There we go. Let's reduce that to like a little bit less. 35. There we go. Okay. So yeah, and if you want it to be craftable in the fabricator, you would just search up fabricator. Yeah, right there. BP_fabricator, etc., right? And yeah, default folder paths, you would set it under saddles, or if it's something different like ammo, if you're making like a custom ammo, you would set it under ammo, etc., right? So we're gonna set this to Tatzelworm saddle. Equip a Tatzelworm with this to ride it. And we're going to save, minimize, and let's rename these real quick. Just for clarification's sake on my end. And all we're going to do is we're going to rename this, and now Tatzelworm saddle. If we spawn in and we right click, give item 1, and you can see we have our primitive Tatzelworm saddle right here. And if you go ahead and spawn it in, our Tatzelworm, he can be equipped with the saddle. Look at that. Because it's only possible for him to be equipped with the saddle because, again, we used this custom tag all the way up here at the top. If that custom tag was different, it wouldn't be able to be equipped. Right? But it is, and you can see now. Now our rider position is off, right? So we probably want to fix that. So, yeah, we want to fix that. We definitely do. So let's go to the skeleton. Let's grab our rider socket, and let's just pull it back, and maybe a little bit up, right? How's that? Maybe too far up. Okay. And maybe he could be angled back a little bit. So let's do that. Let's to 30 degrees maybe. How's that? Nope, I went the wrong way. Oops. 30. How is that? There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. And let's just pull it up a little bit. Right? Oh, okay. We're getting close. I can feel it. We're getting close. The sounds are very important when doing this. It's very important to make sounds when you're adjusting things. Okay, cool. So there we go. Now we have our rider is now perfectly sat in his saddle. And we have a saddle for our guy. And he can jump. And he can bite. And he can roar. How very fun. How very fun. Okay. So, I don't think we'll have time to set up the saddling drops. So we're not going to do that. What we're going to do instead is, while we can spawn in our saddle, we can't actually get it in-game. Because it's not plugged in here, right? So we're going to need to go to our MDA, And we are going to need to go here, scroll all the way up. And we're going to need to add an additional Engram Blueprint class. And we are going to need to slot in this and our Engram entry, right? Okay. So we're going to need to plug that in. And also, I need to double check to make sure I'm plugging it into the right spot really quickly. Because we're crafting it in the smithy, we also need to add a structure engram. So, let me make sure. Yes, additional structure engrams, right? Okay, cool. So we'll go here. Oh, let's compile this real quick and save. Over here, additional structure engrams. We're going to add one. I'm going to drop it down, and we're going to slot in our anvil bench. Now, we are going to be using the storage box. We're going to use the actual... We are referencing the actual smithy itself instead of the inventory of the smithy. So we need to plug in storage box underscore anvil bench instead of the inventory underscore anvil bench that we used earlier. Right? Class additions. And we are going to slot in, once again, I believe we're going to slot in the engram once again. Oh no, we slot in the actual armor itself. Okay, cool. That makes sense because you don't craft the engram. So yeah, we're going to take our primal item armor and we're going to slot that in there. And now those are craftable. And now if we go here to our world settings, it probably won't work because... probably won't work because of when you make changes to the primal game data or the MDA, generally it requires a restart of the kit in order for it to actually apply, but I could be proven wrong here, so let's see. So we go into engrams. Let's F11. Sorry. And look at that. I was proven wrong. So you can see now our engram entry is actually visible. Is actually visible at level 44. And if I go ahead and you know what? I'm actually not going to do that. I will, but I want to save first in case this crashes. Okay. Yeah, saved. Going into GCM in the dev kit can be scary. So we're going to go into GCM real quick. Okay. It worked. Nice. It's having to load all of these different blueprints and things at once, and so it can slow down, right? So let's search up Smithy. And foundation. Yep, there goes the texture streaming pool. Fun. Yeah, I don't recommend going into GCM in the editor unless you absolutely have to. But sometimes you do, like here. So we're just going to wait a little bit. It's all right. I'll do a quick test on, see how the form is looking. Let's see. Tech is still in the lead. If you haven't voted yet, please go vote. That way we can see. And I don't have to make a tech variant. Okay, and we'll just wait for this. And I could turn this up a little bit more. It's always so hard for me to mix the music and get it like at the right volume. There we go. Okay. And now I have this. It's not going to load because we don't have the textures yet. Okay, sometimes you just gotta sometimes you just gotta be patient with the kit. Yeah, sometimes you do. Okay. Still preparing more shaders. Not fun. Let's actually go out of F11 and see if there's anything left. Nope. Cool. Alright. Let's grab our smithy. And we go into saddles. Look at that! There it is. Yeah, so you can see, and it's not, I mean, it is because I'm in GCN mode, but if I were to exit out and not be in GCN mode, let's see, I gotta remember what the command is. Cheat, add level, wait, let's do 50. Incoming blast of your ears, yeah. And if I unlock this, what? 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 Oh. Okay, apparently the engrams aren't working. Cool. Alright, well, that's not my concern. It wouldn't show up in my inventory. It would only show up in the smithy, is what I was trying to show. But yeah, so that's how you make a very simple saddle. That, again, craftable in a smithy, right? You need the engram entry here, so you got to do this stuff in the MDA, and then you just need this. Again, swap out in your actor class attachment infos. You would substitute this. Yeah, very, very simple stuff. And because almost every single creature has its own saddle, it's really easy to just follow along with what the vanilla creatures do with their saddles, right? So it's very easy to just, like, again, go into, like, the only show modified or whatever and just substitute your stuff in. Right? Okay. So we have that. What else do I want to do for this guy? We'll need a new colorize, definitely. We'll also need to set up a new egg. So, do you have a poop socket? I actually don't know if you do. You do have a poop socket. Okay, cool. It's important because that's where the egg comes out of. I swear, there's a reason for it. So yeah, let's just go through and let's just kind of wrap up with some of this stuff. Oh, actually, yes, that reminds me. I need to substitute the montages. So I do actually have another animation, which let me grab very quickly out of... where is my random testing shit? There's an eat animation, which... eat. Here we go. So we will copy. Oh, hands off. Hands off. I'm praying. I'm praying. I don't know why it froze. All right, there we go. Sometimes. All right. Let's rename tatzelworm underscore eat. Right. And if we just right click here, we're going to replace skeleton with our tatzelworm skeleton. No, huh, that's so weird that it did that. Huh. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. What's up with you? What are you doing? Okay. Let me delete that. Let me just import a different one. Let's force delete you. I don't know why it did that. That's odd. I haven't had it do that before. Come on. Come on. Okay. Import. That's fine. I think it was Tatzelworm's test. Animations. Tatzelworm skeleton. Yippee! I love when shit just decides to break sometimes. It's very fun. Okay. While we're waiting for this. Whoops, that was weird. My goodness, what is taking so long for you to import? There we go. Okay, so just the root, just the eat, and then these three I can delete. Okay, finally, there we go. Good grief. Alright, so let's rename you to tatzelworm underscore eat. Oh my goodness. I don't know why it was tweaking out like that. Not a concern though, because we just re-imported it. Okay. And then we're gonna right click this. Create and a montage. Cool. We're gonna do the same thing that we did earlier with like with the jump and things like that, or with the attack and things. Right. We're going to make this a additive animation, or with the roar, I guess is what we did it with, right? He eat. Oh. All right. Local space. Selected animation frame, and we're going to plug in our tatzelworm underscore idle. Yeah, and we'll make sure it's set to frame 0. It is. It always is. Okay, I'm going to save that. And we're going to go into our montage. And we're going to change this from default slot to additive slot. Save. Okay, and now we have all of our montages that are available to us right now, at least, that we need. So we're going to save, and then we're going to go to our character. And now that we have our montage, I don't really have like a startled, so I guess I'll just use the hurt for now. Hurt. Okay, and then walk, consume food. We want eat. Give our jump. Need our hurt again. Cuddle. The cuddle is very silly on the baby reaper. Fidget. Yeah, we'll do eat. And we'll just delete the other two. Poop animation. I don't think it actually has a poop animation. Yeah, okay. Oh well. And that should be it for now. Oh, and our ragdoll. One of the fortunate things about our using this is that we actually can reference the vanilla babies ragdoll things, which, if it has them, I feel like it does. Yeah, here we go. Doesn't really have a sleeping one. Okay. Compile. I guess we'll just use like idle for that one. You probably want to have something plugged in there. There we go. Okay. So now we should be just about good on animations. Let's go through the rest of the stuff that we still need. So, actually, I'm gonna write this down so I remember. So we need to set up an egg/breeding. We probably need to do the character status, dino settings / taming. Taming is going to be a big one. Taming. So yeah, because this guy is what is unsaved here? Weird. Ah, that's why it was, because it's parented to that. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, so we'll do that. So for taming this guy, honestly, I'm just thinking like, I think we should do a passive tame. I think that's an easy one to do. It's like a straightforward passive tame, which in here is actually called waking tame. So support waking tame. And again, we'll slot in. Oops, we're in the wrong spot. Plug in cryptids animation. Plug in our eat. Right. Okay. Yeah, this is all just standard stuff that we don't really need to worry about. Compile real quick. And I think this guy is. I'm going to set him up so he's like neutral, right? Think like Bronto and Stego, how they like they don't attack you unless you attack them. I think that would make sense just for words. Hello. Just for like a passive tame, I think that I don't know. I find the like really annoying. I find that some of like the insect tames especially are just really annoying. So I think I'd rather just have him just not aggro at all, or be like neutral rather. So yeah. So what we'll do is we'll just grab Carno's one. Honestly, might as well. So we're going to do that in, again, just like we did earlier, we're going to do that in the AI controller. So we're going to make a copy of this. And copy that. We should also grab Dino settings, which I will grab actually from here because they're referenced here. Dino settings. And yeah, maybe data. No, we'll grab like Direwolf. That's a good one to grab. And oops, that's Tensor. That's not. It's Globster. Sorry. Copy. Rename underscore. Tensorworm. Let's rename you to. Okay. So. Into our carnivore settings. Yeah, we're not overly concerned about that. The main ones, yeah, we want to worry about are the extra, taming affinity, right? Which for you, I think is just, yeah, herbal base large. That's probably fine. I don't remember all of them. I think that's like superior maybe. And that's probably appropriate for a level 44 tame. So we'll do that. All right. So we will plug in our dino settings here. Okay. Pile. And our AI controller, even though we haven't changed anything in it, we're just going to plug it in now. Tatzelworm AI controller. There we go. Okay. Save. And let's actually open this up. So like I said, I want this guy to be, again, like neutral. So like he won't attack you unless you hit him. A very easy way to do that is just to do, again, go back to range. And just set the natural targeting range to 0. That way, he just won't aggro on you at all. But when he gets hit, he will still like attack stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. That should be fine, right? I don't believe it's in the character blueprint. Let me double check. One other thing for Waking Tames, I don't remember if it's in here or if it's elsewhere. Yes, minimum player level for Waking Tame, right? So I guess we'll set this to 44, right? Same as the saddle. Okay. And that should be it for that. So the only things left then are... Let me find you real quick. Yeah, to set up this, the Dino character status component, which again, just a reminder, if you weren't there for the first one, this is like the actual stats of the creature. So, for you... Let's beef you up a little bit. I feel like you should be beefed up. Weight can definitely be reduced. Let's set that to like 200. Stamina can probably be beefed up to like 400. Torpidity. 400. And let's beef you up to like maybe 500 health. Food. 2,000 is probably appropriate, yeah. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let's increase your oxygen, actually. Because for caving creatures, having high oxygen actually is quite useful. For, like, the underwater portions, even if they're not fast swimmers. Or especially if they're not fast swimmers, actually. Okay, so let's go back here. And again, we're going to add... did I change the name of you? No, I didn't. Okay, let's rename you real quick. Hetzelworm. Okay. And now, if we go back here, we're going to add... You compile and save, and there we go. We have a hypothetically functional creature. Let's make sure that our stuff is all working. Oh, gotta change our sounds. That is one thing. However, yeah, so you have 600 health. I want this guy to be, like, relatively strong. I want him to be sort of, like, Dire Bear-esque. Again, we have our roar. Okay. Cool. So, for our sounds, I guess we can just... Honestly, let's go into our idle. Where's our idle? I mean, all of our sounds are correct, but I just want to I want to switch out our proximity sound specifically, which is this one. Very annoying. Proximity sound. Where are you? There we are. That way he's not constantly doing that. Also, our footprints. Which, yeah, we're not really getting any because we don't actually have them set up. That'll be one thing we'll have to set up. Okay. And then our sound. Any other sounds that we need to adjust? Our death sound. guess we'll do just for both of these. For now. Okay, that should be it for sounds, at least right now. Because we don't have any for our eat or anything like that. There we go. He's so goofy. He's so goofy how he walks. I'm a very big fan. Okay. Let's get our saddle. Oh, we're not riding him around bareback. There we go. Oh, look at you. You're so fun. I love you. Oh my goodness. What a goober. What a goobert. Alright. So that's that. You know what? Actually, what we should do as well is our speed, before I forget. I do want to make sure that the walk and run are lining up correctly, because I'm assuming they are not. Given that, yeah. So let's do that real quick. Easiest way to do that, I find. It is a little time consuming, but let's go here. Let's cheat slow-mo 0.1. Looks like the walk is actually correct. How crazy is that? Oh my god, that is hysterical. It actually fucking lined up. Wow. That is so funny. Oh my god. What are the odds of that? Holy moly. That's crazy. Dang. I did not even plan for that. That's nuts. Alright, cool. Well, sick. We don't need to adjust the speed, I guess. I guess our last thing, yeah, will be the egg. Which, yeah, let's make a new folder for egg. Again, we're going to need to make copies. And for these, you know what? Instead of using the Carno egg, let's use a let's use an insect egg, because this guy is kind of an insect, you know. So let's actually, instead of let's actually go and pull up an insect. So let's grab spider, I guess. Primal Earth, dinos, or Arthro. Arthro is right here. Arthro. Here we go. So go in here. Instead of having to navigate all of these, we'll just do it the easy way. Right, so we'll switch up egg. And they just don't, that's interesting. So insects just don't have a, wait. What? That's so weird that he just doesn't have a egg that he spawns? How odd. That's bizarre. I've never seen that. Well, whatever. We'll grab both. We're not going to just do fertilized. We'll do both. So, again, we'll drag both of these into our egg folder. Make a copy. And let's rename. Batch rename. Arthro. To Tassel 1. Make sure that's correct. apply. And again, yeah, we'll just do show only modified. Alright, so so we want. Oops. Wait, where is? It should be down here somewhere. Just gotta find it. Here we go. For the material. So we'll grab that. And again, drag it over to our Tatzelworm folder. Copy. There we go. Also that one. Copy. Okay. Jesus. That's odd that it's just white for some reason. What is it called? Insectoid egg. Let's just open them up real quick, honestly. And okay, there we go. Sometimes you just gotta open stuff up. Sometimes it's weird. Okay, so back to this. And what color should our Tatzelworm's egg be? This one's purple. Should we do pink again? Should all of these be pink eggs? Sure, we'll save that whatever. I do like the idea of pink eggs. I think it's very funny. Okay. Okay, let's save you. And it's taken its sweet time saving. But we're nearly there. We are, in fact, nearly there with our Tatzelworm. I think the only other thing would be maybe a colorize. Although I think I'm going to change the textures of this guy. I don't think I'm going to use the base skin. So when I do that, I think I might just change the colorize. Alright, how does this look? Gross. Excellent. Alright, and I have that saved. So I can X out of that. And then this one, we just... disgusting. Truly disgusting. I can X out of Arthur. X out a bunch of these, actually. Okay. So, primal item consumable. Consumable fertilized. Okay. Let's go up here. And again, now we can do our show modified. No, we can't, apparently. HUD. There we go. So show material. There we go. So show disc. Fertilized. Tassel worm. Egg. Okay. So that. This is the fertilized one, so you want. Spawn. And we're going to plug in, of course, instead of Arthros, we're going to plug in our guy. Okay. That should. Don't quote me on that. That should. Yeah, that should be it for that. Then we just need to do the same here. Material. And we'll plug in our two materials. Here and here. Descriptive. Tassel worm. Egg. Compile. Save. Okay. Alright, now find our guy. This is our normal egg. And then our fertilized. We don't have a poop animation, but whatever. Okay, cool. Let's see. Spawns. We need to set up spawns. Let's do spawns real quick. Spawns. Okay. Colorize, I'm not concerned about. Am I forgetting anything? Am I forgetting anything? Yeah. Okay, so let's set up this real quick. Let's do spawns. Let's just copy this into here and into, well, actually, no, we'll wait on that one. And again, we're going to pull up our handy dandy wiki. We'll do arc spawn entries again. arc.wiki.gg/wiki/spawn entries. Very handy. It gives you every single spawn entry. And we want to get some cave ones. There's a lot of cave ones, actually. Dang. Which cave should these guys spawn in? Lava cave maybe on the island? Or just all caves? Maybe we should just do all caves. So weird they have I guess it makes sense, but yeah. Okay. And again, we need to substitute out our lobster here. And yeah, it's NPC spawn entries container additions, by the way, is the name of it. Again, this is all stuff that we've gone over before, so forgive me if I'm kind of breezing over it. Alright, let's do cave. There's a Lost Colony one. Okay. So probably do Lava Cave just for now. Okay. And let's we want it to be kind of rare though, right? So I think that's fine. Honestly, that seems appropriate. So we're just going to copy that. And we're going to just paste it there. And we're just going to switch that from Lava Cave to Lava Cave Generic. So let's do that way for other maps. The generic spawners are for maps like the Center, Ragnarok, etc., etc. Like those are like the quote unquote like the generic spawners that other maps besides the island use, right? That's like their equivalent of where you see that some of the spawners have like Ab in them, or some of them have Extinction, or Scorched, or I think it's SE actually for Scorched, or LC for Lost Colony. Generic is like the sort of non-story maps, like the spawners that they use. Yeah. So for now, they're just going to spawn in the Lava Cave because maybe we'll go back in later and add those. Okay. Sick. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting right now? We could do a little bit of graphing. Let's do a little bit of graphing. Because this guy is a cave creature, I say graphing. We're actually not going to do any graphing for this, I don't think. I guess we will be doing a tiny bit of graphing. This is a very simple thing you can do. Because this guy is a cave creature, and his whole kind of thing is that he's like venomous, I'm going to say that while you're riding this guy, you are immune to rabies. Right? So we're going to do set rider. And we are going to also grab clear rider. Sorry if you can hear my dog barking too. I apologize about that. Okay. So you have these. And we're going to need to make a buff for this. So let's just right click. Blueprint class. And again, we talked a lot about buffs before. So I'm not really going to go over it, but just briefly, primal buff is just the base one. So we're going to grab primal buff. We're going to name this Tatzel Worm Rider buff. Okay. And this buff isn't going to do anything. In fact, I think I will keep it visible, but it's not going to deactivate, so we'll do deactivate after time. That should be set to 0. If it's set to 0, that means it'll never deactivate, right? Okay, so let's do rabies immune. The Tatzel, what should we say? The Tatzel worms venomous or toxic aura. No, I can't say aura. I can't say aura. The Tatzel worm's toxic blood prevents you from receiving rabies. Okay, cool. And the color, we will actually, we'll get to that in 1 sec. And all we're going to do is just, I think it's prevent buff. Yes. Active prevents buff classes, right? So we're going to add this, and we're going to search up rabies. I think it's, yeah, reptile rabies. That's what it is. So we'll do that. And compile. And save. And let's actually really quickly go and... What's a buff that is... Search up. Nope. Should be. Sorry, I'm only reason I'm doing this specifically. I think it's is it max? Find a like good one. Come on, come on. Argent Region. Okay, that one I know is green. Okay, so all we're gonna do is search up color. Oops. What? Oh, weird. Really? You don't actually do that? Okay. Oh, what the heck? Are you like a child or something? Okay, let me keep looking for one. I'm sorry, I want to find... I want to make... so, when you have the buffs, there'll be different colors. Maybe this one has one. And, like, the good ones are green, but... Yeah, okay, whatever, I guess. Okay. So, we'll do... Icon, let's do... Find a skull to use. No? Let's see, is there should be like a, okay, disease icon, that's what it is. Oops. Okay, and we'll set this all to 1. And then, yeah, we'll just set like that. I don't know. Let's try this out. Let's see. Okay, so now that we have this, let's actually do a little bit of graphing. Just gonna compile this a little bit. So all we're going to do is do a little static add buff. This is, yeah. That's, so all we're doing is we're adding our buffs. So we're gonna take our buff, again, control space, by the way, brings up in your content drawer. Let's just slot in our buff there. And for character, we're going to reference our writer, right? There we go. Compile. Save. For clearing it, it's a little bit different. So what we're going to do is we're going to destroy actor. Get buff. We could do. Could also do this, but I don't really like it. I think destroy actor is better, so I'm gonna use it. And same thing, we're gonna plug in this. So all I did is I went off destroy actor, pulled off of target, and did buff. So we're just getting the buff. And then for target, instead of referencing that, we're going to do get previous writer. Right? Save. We're going to compile rather, and then we're going to save. And let's make sure that these are enabled. I think they're just set by default actually, because they're blueprints. Or because they're events, rather. Yeah, okay. So, now, Alt-P, let's spawn in real quick. Spawn in, let's grab our saddle. And look at that, we have our little icon. Why is it not showing? But yeah, you can see we're now rabies immune. Look at our silly guy. Hello, welcome home. That's weird. I don't know. Okay, I'm actually not sure why the color is different actually then. Unconcerned. Ah, maybe it's buff type. I wonder if that's what it is. Set it to 1 or something. Yay, it is the weekend. Exciting. Let's see if that's it. Yes! Okay, I was right. Okay. Ignore what I said about color. Yes, so it's buff type that sets it. Right, so if you set the buff type to 1, then it'll have a green background. If you set it to 0, it'll have a white background. I'm assuming if you set it to 2 or -1. I don't know the value, but yeah. So all of these could be set to 0. There we go. We got there in the end. All right. X out of these. So that's a very basic buff. Let's see. Do we want to do one more thing? Sure. Actually, yeah. Let's do one more thing. For my roar. Okay. I think for my roar, I want it to actually do something. I don't want it to just be a cosmetic. Like I want it to be like a UD roar maybe or something like that, right? So let's do we're gonna do attack. Oops, sorry. I am braining today. Sorry. We're gonna override here and we're gonna do attack. There we go. BP do attack. And give it a sec. There we go. We're just going to right click this. We're going to convert event to function. The reason why we do it that way, I don't know. I find it's easier to, rather than having everything on the event graph, to have everything separate. So yeah, we're just going to do this. And we're going to do a similar thing that we... Well, I'm trying to think. How should I do this? Okay. First off, yeah, let's do... we're going to first off pull off and grab a branch, because we only want this to apply to specifically the 1 index. So we're going to get a equals... And that's just by literally pressing equals, or you can search up equal as well, right? And so this is just checking, this is the attack index, we're going to plug in a 1 here, right? So that way, if it's index 1 specifically, so if we search up attack, right? If it does attack index 0, nothing will happen. Then if it does 1, then yeah. Okay, so let's do that. From that, I'm just going to grab a sequence. Sequences just do things in order, so it's going to do this first, and then it's going to do this. Yeah. Now, when you're doing roars and things that are in an AoE, AoEs are much easier to do than the the cone that the UD does. Trust me, you don't want to do the cone. You want to do this. It's a server octree overlap actors. Whoa, there's a lot. Okay, so a couple of things here. First off, the type. And we're going to set this to dino pawns. So it's going to only affect dinos, right? And you can obviously set it to players. Yeah, like tamed only, right? Etc. For our radius, we're actually going to promote this to a variable. And we'll just call it... let's call it roar radius. Right. Okay. We'll compile real quick. Save. And we're going to set the roar radius to 2500. That's probably good. And then at our location, so kind of confusing. All we're basically doing is the server octree overlap is there is going to be a sphere with a radius of whatever we set this to, which in this case is 2500, that is going to detect any dino pawns that are in that, right? And so for the center point, that's our at location. That's our at our location. We are going to get our actor location. Our actor is our Tatstorm, so we're going to get actor location right here. And yeah, so now we are going to, essentially all we're doing is, and I'll show this real quick, we're going to spawn a sphere with a radius of 2500 around our location. And to prove that, we're going to do a debug sphere. Debug spheres are very handy. So just draw a debug sphere. You can use these for attacks as well, right? We're going to set this to red just so it's easy to see. Duration, we'll set it to like 3. In thickness, we'll set this to like, I don't know, 10. Okay. Compile real quick. We need to enable do attack. Use BP do attack. Anytime you're using a function like this, you always want to enable it. If it's not on the event graph. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to compile. We're going to save. Alt P. Here we go. And if I right click, and look at that. See, now you can see there is this like sphere that's around us, right? And that lasts 3 seconds because we set it to a duration of 3. Look at that. Very fancy. Okay. So, but it doesn't do anything, right? It's not doing anything. So what we're going to do is grab a for each loop off of this. Oops. Okay. For each loop. This one right here. Again, it's just getting. It's essentially just making sense of this. It's kind of complex to explain, but yeah, all it is making sense of that and breaking them apart, right? So off of this, I'm going to cast to primal dino character, whatever. Yeah, okay. And so essentially all this is doing is now again, because we're not referencing ourselves, we need to cast to a primal dino character. Anytime you are referencing something that is not your dino or you, the rider, sometimes you do actually need to cast to you, the rider. But like, yeah, anytime you are not casting to the blueprint you have open, anytime you are not referencing the blueprint you have open, you need to do a cast. So we're casting to primal dino character, which is the parent of every single dino. It's like the parent blueprint that they all reference. And we So let's say we want to do like a fear. We want to do like a fear effect, right? So grab a branch here. Yeah, we'll grab a branch here, and we'll do a static add buff. And we'll do fear. I think it's taunt. That's what it is. We'll use the Rhino one, even though it has like a stupidly high drag weight, right? And we want a reference for character, right? From all of our primal dino characters that we're finding here in our radius of 2,500 in our server Octree overlap, our dino pawns specifically, every single one of them by breaking them apart for each loop and casting to that, we are applying this buff to all of them. Now, we don't necessarily want. We can also drag here and get a self because we are the damage causer. But anyways, we don't necessarily want our self to be applied to this. We also don't want our allies to be applied to this, or our tribe mates, right? So we want to add a condition here. Yeah, we want to apply a condition here. So actually, yeah, we'll pull off of this first. So we want to get our targeting team first. Get targeting team. Oops, sorry. This is, again, getting like a reference to the targeting team. And whenever you like are in a tribe, you are like a part of that. You have like your own targeting team, essentially. That's how the game distinguishes between different tribes and between like wild dinos, right? So let's grab targeting team. Oops. Let's set this to be not equal. And we'll get. Okay. So now, so long as if their targeting team is not equal to our targeting team, then we will apply this buff. If it is, then nothing will happen. That's all that's saying. Right? So, if we go, let's Alt-P. Let's try this out. Let's try out spawn in a bunch of paras. Oh my god, I accidentally pressed escape. Oops. Alt-P. Go. Spawn in a para here. Maybe another para here. Another para. Let's get some dodos too. No. And another dodo. Cool. And let's grab our tassel worm as well as our saddle. Let's equip it. Oh my god, and I freaking pressed escape again. No. Gosh, I hate that it's escape. It makes me so mad. Alright, whatever. We'll just grab our tassel worm and get our dodos. And let's. I did not grab a saddle yet. Not that I need one, but it just looks fancy. I did it again. That's why I shouldn't do the freaking saddle. It's annoying because when you naturally want to press escape to close out of the inventory. All right, I'm gonna do this first. Press the X. Don't do that. Okay. Spawn in all of our dodos, our glorious dodos. All right, and now we do this. Look at that. Now when we roar, you can see they all have this. The particle effect is broken because particle effects sometimes break in the dev kit. Don't worry, but it is essentially applying the fear, the taunt that the Rhino has, right? And it won't do it now because they have a 30-second cooldown or whatever on it, right? And speaking of, yeah, we should probably add a cooldown to that roar. So we'll cooldown to the attack rather, I guess. So attack. Let's... That's still there, whatever. Okay, but let's grab index 1. Attack interval. Let's set this to like 10 seconds. Right. Rider attack interval as well. We need to set it to 10 seconds. Increase the stamina cost to, I don't know, 15. Right. Melee damage amount should be 0. There we go. Okay, cool. And again, this is a high quality attack. Yes, yes. Okay. Compile. And save. And now, Alt-P. Right, and we do our roar. They're all terrified of me, of my silent roar, which we're going to do something about that. We're going to get some sounds in here. Yeah, let's get some sounds in here. Yeah. We got this. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Mordekaiser, famous sound designer for hit games and mods for Ark Survival Ascended and other games like Path of Titans. And that other game that we don't mention anymore.
Oh, not anymore. I'm done with that shit. Never again.
Yes, welcome. Let me turn you up that way. Okay.
Yeah, the one and only. That's me.
That's you. Hello.
Do I like? What do I do?
Do you want to share your screen? Yeah. Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah. Let me just. It's a waste some tabs.
Yeah. So I guess we can just talk. We can just. Ack. I'm sorry. I'm struggling for words. It's been a long time. We're teetering on 4 hours now, so my brain is not braining anymore.
Well, it's all right. I got 2 hours anyway until I got my D&D session. But yeah, and this won't take long.
No.
Sound design is very a
Yeah.
lot more easily processed than some of the other assets of making a creature for Ark or any other game like that of the sort when it comes to game design. But
Sure.
yeah, it'll be fine.
Let me put it on full screen.
I hope the stream does work because Discord has been fucked lately and it won't let me so sometimes it might cut out or whatever. You gotta let me know though.
I can see it right now. Let me unmute it.
You can.
It'd probably be smart for me to unmute it.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna pause my music for this part, so that way it's not interrupting. There we go. Yeah. So I guess first off, what program do you use?
So this is Reaper. A lot of other, so you're gonna hear often a lot of the time you got to use Adobe Audition or whatever the fuck. But honest to God, I'm just gonna say this now because a lot of people do ask me. Use Audacity if you are broke and got no money. Use Audacity. It does the job. It's fine. It works. It's a little archaic and old as hell, but it still will do what you got to do for when you got to make solid sounds. But this is Reaper, so I paid a $70 lifetime subscription for this, so it's permanent. We love that. Based as hell. You can get a lot of good plugins with it. It's very customizable, and it's got a nice community backed up behind it that always helps revise it and makes good stuff for it and updates it and all that shit. So yeah, I use Reaper. So this is Reaper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just had to go on that spiel because I want to make that clear. That's what you should probably do, if anything. And fuck Adobe. So
Yeah, for sure. For Yeah,
Um,
Adobe is an unfortunate necessity in some cases, like Substance, but
yeah,
yeah,
that's where you get it on Steam though.
right, yeah, that's what I have it on. Yeah, we ain't paying monthly subscriptions. No, no.
Yeah. What was the I guess I can just start off with the process normally with just like making a proper file. So remind me what this guy was called again? What the Reaper
Do
thing?
you want me to spell it for you? It's Tatzelworm. Tatzelwurm.
Christ help me.
It's very. I had
So
to. I
mm,
spelled it wrong many times. I had to make sure I got it correct.
it's good with also any because I need also, so I would say like lapis and then like tat underscore tatzel TAT
Hmm.
and then just leave it at that. So it's good to also keep in mind when you're naming things at all, you got to have proper naming conventions to help keep things organized, especially in big modded collaborations and projects like that.
Of course.
So if it's like, if I'm ever working on for something for someone, I'll just put like, their name and then just like an abbreviated, like shortened version of the creature I'd be working on. So that goes also,
Mm.
I'll speak more on this when I'm rendering out proper files for sounds and stuff too later down the line. But yeah, you want to do like
Yeah.
lapis underscore tat or like fucking Evo underscore Bronto or whatever the hell. So yeah.
It is very funny hearing that after having had Clay on here for the past two, which
Clay
I
goes through so
yeah, I
much.
don't know if you
Yes,
see his
it's
naming
it's
conventions, but it's really funny. Yeah,
20th reason why. Yeah, no, that's
yeah,
we love to see it. But
yeah.
if it helps you keep track of shit though, then yeah, if it works, it works. But
Hmm.
but like realistically, especially if you want to do this like as a full-time job or you're trying to like get official with it, be professional, you want to have naming conventions. That's what you're not saying Clay isn't that. He is. It's just the man goes through so fucking much. I don't blame him for throwing all naming conventions out the window. I'm just saying, fuck it. It's just
Yeah,
typing whatever up.
yeah.
We love Clay.
We love Clay. We love
What a
Clay.
guy.
Ah.
Um, I should probably actually stream my entire screen and not the
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of this is going to be also file
Oh, like little.
manipulation, so I got to go in and out of files and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Windows 11.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah.
unfun. Yeah, I mean, I guess for sound for like well, I'm assuming we're gonna talk about it when you get into like stock sounds and things like that. And especially because I should send you I should send you the other hold on I should send you the other animation
Give me every
clips.
animation that I should work
It's
on.
the
We'll see if we can get
it's
done.
just the roar I know, and then the E. I was gonna say the E because then that's like a little Foley stuff. Um,
What is this thing called again? Tatsu.
oh, hold on, let me-
Type it in the DMs, bro.
yeah,
You're like, yeah, I got a
there you go.
Tatsu.
Yeah,
This guy. This guy.
this guy. I had to follow the convention of the I had to follow the convention of the cryptids. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Okay, hold on, hold on. All right, so I did that, and then the jump looks so funny in Blender with no background. Um,
Yeah.
but don't worry. Okay, this 3, and then I already sent you the roar. Those 3, and then
So,
there's the roar. Do the roar.
that's so true. So
Mhm.
true.
Do
Got
the
that
roar.
right.
I
Do
got
the
it
roar.
famously
Famously.
said by Baby Trump on in Shrek the Third.
He, but Trump.
Famously said by
Oh
yeah.
yeah, he did. He
Yeah.
does kind of look like that.
Yeah. Yeah. he does.
I never noticed that
Yeah.
actually. Okay, okay.
He does kind of look like
Like,
that a
excuse me,
little bit.
Trump was in that shit.
Yeah,
What?
hold on. Do the roar.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me grab an image. This is the image for reference. Ah. He looks so upset. Big fan. Yeah, big fan.
Yeah.
I love him.
GG.
Yeah, he's such a little tomfoolerish little guy. A little nefarious little critter. But yeah, we got a bunch of stuff done today. We got him all set up. We got a
Yeah.
saddle. We got a. He can jump. He can roar. He can bite things. I guess it works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very
All right.
silly. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I like to label like every track I put in of whatever. So you want to, if anything, you can control T to insert new tracks, or you can do multiple. Oh, it's on my other screen. You can do multiple tracks and just put in whatever.
Gosh.
Um, but for whatever sound I need to do for anything, so if I got to do the roar, I'll just put in roar, and then I put new tracks under that, right? So they can all follow in each other and all play off of each other. Nothing will intermingle of any other like things I need to work on. And then if this guy has vocals involved, then I'll put vocals down and anything under that of the actual sounds I need to put in. But then there's also like if there's say if I got to do the bite, that's Foley stuff. So things you hear like physically happening, then you'd want to put that in too. So
Yeah.
yeah, okay, good. I think Discord is not bugging out. Okay, good.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I was putting a
I'm about to get so pissed.
I was putting a banner at the top of the screen. That way, I'm not dossing you. There we go.
A banner? What do you mean banner? What happened?
No, just like a little thing at the top of your screen, because you're just your name is listed there.
Huh? Oh, I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck. That's
Okay.
it's whatever.
I'm gonna make sure.
Yeah. My name's Robert. Hi, whatever.
Whatever.
Oh,
Whatever.
whatever. What?
You
Anyway.
know.
All right.
What a bunch
So,
of bullshit.
another thing. So, if you're trying to reference animations, definitely make sure to not have your boss man or whatever. Or if you're trying to reference an animation, make sure that there is a proper like it's under an animation sequence and fully done and rendered like in whatever engine that the animation is going to be in. So like this guy, so he's going to be in Arc, obviously he's going to be in UE5. So make sure that if there's ever an animation you got to reference, it's going to be properly played in the animation playback. You'll see like a timeline of when the actual animation starts and ends, so that way you can properly reference and not, misplace any sounds or misstep it or anything. So this guy didn't do that. He gave me the raw, like, recording of the Blender animation. I don't know when it exactly starts or ends, but that's okay. We can make do. So I'll put in good graces to
Oh,
say,
that's
the
just
actual start of the animation is when
yeah.
it starts.
Yeah,
the
that's just
video,
that's
so.
that's directly exported from Blender, so that way the frame rate is consistent throughout, and it's just
Okay,
exports all
yeah.
the frames. Yeah, so the frame rate is correct for all
Yeah,
of
that's
those.
right.
Yeah,
Good
so that's
point.
for
Frame
like
rate
for
is
like
also important. Yeah.
yeah, that's why I
For
did
sure.
it that way instead of because the frame rate can be inconsistent.
Yeah, for sure. So another thing is that, again, file manipulation. You got to have a proper library and keep track of stuff. You got to keep yourself organized. So I have all bunch of stuff from like stuff with dinosaur sounds I could utilize, or stuff with from any pack I bought or got from any other like online store or what have you. I'll like label them out in every individual folder. Monsters and Beasts, that's a well-known famous pack from Boom Library. I got that like day one when I started doing this. So all the animal sounds are in its own folder, and there's the preset stuff and any man-made shit. So yeah, the point is just have a library, have your files, keep them organized, and always stay on top of that. That is key if you want to ever work in sound design or any other medium, for sure. digitally. Organization is key. It's
Yeah.
key. So, remind me, Lapis, what the hell you wanted this guy to sound like?
Little freak. Um.
Little freak, little creature.
Yeah. I mean, I can actually let me. Oh my god. Jesus. That was such a stutter. Holy fuck.
It's
I
okay.
don't
It's
think I've
okay.
ever
Keep it
stuttered
moving.
that
Keep it
bad.
moving. It's
Yeah,
all right.
let me grab my
Any
I
animals or
can
any?
export let me export some of the sounds for you.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say like any animals in any media or any other creatures from shows, movies, games, etc. Um, it's good to also ask for this type of thing too. So like, is there anything you envision for the creature to sound like yada yada before you go guns a blazing and just work on wherever? It's good to have a direction with this kind of stuff. That way you can match the vibe of what the commissioner or the boss wants. Right,
The
so
boss.
make sure they send you videos and tell you like, yeah, it's from this or from that, and then you do your research and figure out what that sounds like and match that vibe appropriately.
Yeah, let me grab these real quick. Hold on.
Right.
Yeah, he just kind of sounds real insecty, honestly. Um,
Well, insects can sound like anything because in any media, they're kind of just like
yeah,
all over the fucking
it
place.
sounds like
Yeah.
what was that movie? Starship Troopers. That's kind of what they sound like, honestly.
Star Troopers?
No,
The
yeah, the the buggies from there.
yeah,
That's kind of
I
what they
forgot their
honestly. That's
names,
kind of what
but
they sound like. Let me send you some of them.
the Helldiver Terminids.
Oh yeah, cause yeah, there you go. You can kind of yeah, they just kind of sound like freaks.
Yeah, DM me it.
Oops, did I not? Oh, whoops! I sent it to the
No,
wrong.
no,
I
DM
just
me it,
DM'd it
bro.
to the wrong person. My fault. Hey,
The fuck did you give it to?
don't worry about it. Don't worry about
This fucking guy.
it. There you go. There you go.
My
Yeah,
lord.
very like generic sci-fi insect. You know.
This guy is a freak.
Mm-hmm.
He's a freaky.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, but yeah, pretty much anything with the files I've shown off. So for the sake of not needing to worry about privacy and any of that and leaking other potential projects, that's all you need to know really with files. And I'm just gonna keep that off my screen for now.
For sure.
So yeah, but you want to make sure again, keep things organized, library, all that shit. So this guy's very shaky and like there's that like whole let me see. Yeah, that shaky nature. So that specifically in sounds is called tremolo. So that's where something is like moving up and down and like again in that like wobbly, shaky nature in such a rapid way.
Mm-hmm.
So there's plugins you could use for that, but first we should probably get something that would. So we're probably going to be doing that sound effect specifically a lot with this. Um, so with any kind of like aliens or stuff and whatnot, it's good to always grab like I would say things that would be from like if at least if you're working on creatures, if they're like alien like and like weird and freaky, you want to try and have a mixture of like man-made stuff and like animals. So you'll probably also now start hearing a bunch of yeah, you'll start hearing a bunch of sounds now. Um, you'll have to go back into every single one of the files of sounds you have, listen to them, and see if it works. So it's going to be a lot of playing it back and forth and over again. So
What fun. What
this
fun.
is it's fun. It's a great time. It's going to be a fun, great time.
Yeah.
This it's gonna get very repetitive as a lot of things do in any medium, but I think I think sound design more so can get more repetitive than like almost as much as animation can when you kind of like go back on
Mm.
frames and like adjust things
Yeah,
over
just
and
like
over and over
when you're
and
like
shit.
minutely. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. This very much is gonna be part of that. Like,
I
I like
love
listening
dog
to
toy.
some of these. It's pretty
I love
funny.
dog toy
Yeah.
friction. Big fan.
So yeah, like you can get a gist of how these were even made too. Someone just straight up recorded like, oh, let me grab the dog bone that's a rubber toy, and they just rubbed it against like a wooden, I guess like any tiled ground or whatever, and they just recorded that, and boom, there you go. Like, there's all sorts of stuff you can get out of things like this, but it's it sounds like someone's farting, you know.
A little bit, yeah.
I kind of like that actually. We'll use that. Add in more tracks so we can get more stuff in. So more of that shaky ness we need right there. A couple of those we could work with now. So now we could just try and grab some animals and stuff really. So as definitely keep in mind of if you're working on at least creature sound design, keep in mind of whatever you're referencing of the relative size accordingly of said creature you're working on and how it at least is big or smaller than like the average human player or whatnot. So I assume this guy is rideable at least, right? So
Yeah. Yeah,
it is
it's like
at least
Arthur
big as a
size.
human.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Arthur
Okay.
sizes.
Gotcha.
I
So
I should
yeah,
say one
yeah.
more
Okay.
thing with the one more thing with the roar. This doesn't really matter, but the roar it's a fear roar. Just so you know, like it's supposed to be
Oh,
like a yeah.
another good point. Definitely know what thing you're working on for what said thing they'll be for. So you'll have to have a completely different vibe if it's for an actual ability you got to use compared to something cosmetic, for example. That's another good point. Thank you, Lapis. So if this guy isn't as like any more big than Arthroplora, right? So like you obviously don't want to try and use a lot of like big creatures like if you're referencing animals like whales or something like that. I mean you could, but I recommend against that to help sell better of what the creature like is properly. So like you
Yeah.
because you also don't want to use like not gonna use like chihuahuas, right? Or something like that. So God, chihuahuas are so fucking rat like fucking
What a
creatures.
freak.
Dude, I hate them so much. Or you like you could it depends. It all depends. But generally you want to hit the ballpark of like, decently sized animals and stuff if you have the option. Um, I need to also remind myself what the hell
I feel like the
use
death
a lot of
sound
birds with
has like
that.
if you listen to the death sound, it kind of has like the pig squeal actually.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, like it totally
yeah,
does.
yeah. Okay, yeah. We could probably honestly, yeah, definitely keep that in mind for sure.
I will be right back. I'm gonna get some water real quick.
Yeah, definitely could use some birds in there. I feel like birds could work with that. You can also just download this and use it for straight up reference too, like in the actual like thing as well. So I can put it as like OG, and then there you go. So that would be like the OG cuddle. So that'd be the cuddle sound at least, and then we could just listen to that in here and not have to click on the actual file itself in my file explorer. Actually, kind of. There's a couple things I recognize with that I need to look back into, but yeah, okay. Anyway, so I like to also keep things organized properly under more subsections. We love subsections. We love folders. So the main so I always label things as like core, and then there will be like breath, because you can see in the animation here, there's that it's doing an inhale and then it roars, right? So the core would be like part of the roar. So I'd like to have things like labeled under that, and then other sounds for when it needs like breath and stuff like that. So let me grab that.
I'm back, by the way.
So, welcome back. Welcome back. So, let's grab some like more man-made stuff actually for the breath, I guess. Yeah, on God, me when I breathe.
Call this guy Mr. Breather.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do.
Ah!
Oh my God, what the fuck was that?
My fucking headphones fell off directly onto my microphone. That's crazy.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. I didn't. No, I dropped my I dropped my headphones directly onto my microphone. Sorry for the.
Yeah, you don't do that.
Yeah,
That's what I
don't do
recommend.
that.
Don't do that. You know,
Yeah, I'm no expert.
that's what not to do. Yeah, you know.
I'm no expert, but
Yeah. Anyway, so I guess so. Oh yeah, that's another thing. So like cutting off stuff would be like S on Reaper. So you need to make sure you can cut off specific points of to use the individual sounds and not just like throw things in there and plug them in. So S, cut off, and then move aside. Um, I like to keep the high. Oh, there we go. I like to just click and drag to keep a highlighted area of what I'm playing back, and to have the focus on what the animation length is accordingly, as well. And then just cut, drag off the highlighted area, cut, drag off, right? So just that, yada yada. The usual. You know what they say. Um, I'm so autistic. Anyway, there we go. So then you just hit playback on space. So we got a lot of like snake vibes, a lot of already good shit in there as is, but we can blend that in a little more with the breath to make it feel more natural. There you go. And then we'd have to probably pull that back. Some of these other sounds we want to mix in, right? So this would be, how harsh is this? Okay, that's pretty harsh. That's also pretty harsh. Yeah, harsh. So a lot of the harsh like start to any sound, I like to also label that as well as attack. So the four main labels I always put things under is breath, then there's underlay. So underlay is like growls or like lower things you'd hear, part of sounds. The core of any sound would always be something that is the most notable part, or something that you'll like understand or listen to when like so like if you hear like any whale sounds or whatever, then that could be like Evo Bronto right there. Like automatically I recognize that. Or like JP Rex with elephants, right? So like core is something you recognize of the main part of the creature. Attack is anything of the sharpest or like harshest, like explosive bits, right? So it would be like these three I just played back over. And again, underlay is any of the deeper growly stuff. And then breath would be, well, just breath, so like any breathing, etc., literally. Again, I like to have these subfolders to keep things organized. You don't have to do this, but when you're mixing in like, so I go into here as well to do like effects, and I'm adding on effects. It's good to have like organization like this, because you don't want to like apply an effect of like everything individually, because that takes up so much time, right? So I like to, so instead of just putting like a pitch down on something, right? Single that out just to give the example. Instead of like, I could just put a pitch down on this for every single one that follows underneath this subfolder, instead of just doing it individually over and over. That takes up time, that takes up
Time.
energy, and time and energy is key. Time is key. Right, time is key. So instead of just doing all that bullshit, right, we don't got to do that again. We could just set it for the whole subset folder. And so, yeah, but alrighty, that's kind of sounding really nice, but we will also want to make sure we just stretch these along to make it match the animation of when it's finally done roaring or not. So want to put down that harshness. So there's fade ins and out too with everything. So there's, you see right there, the fade out, and then you just pull this in, fade in. Um, I don't know. So again, with like you can press the S key to cut things, or like you fade in by just pulling things aside, or I like every one of these like commands and controls and stuff is obviously different between each and every program, but generally these features are universal for every like sound design program you use. So it couldn't be like S if you're gonna cut something. Maybe it's C if it's gonna be like an Audacity or some shit. I don't know, but generally that's keep that in mind. So I like to also just keep a proper fade in of things in and out to make it sound more organic and natural. Because if there's ever like a harsh cutoff, then it sounds more mechanical, right? So, but with that natural fade in, then again it sounds more natural. So I'm going to do that for every one of these as well. Make sure they all line up properly. But keep in mind, if you're ever going to stretch something to make it fat, to make fat, not fat. If you ever want to stretch something to make it match the length of whatever like animation or stuff you're trying to reference or whatever sound you need, keep in mind of the most important thing, which is the quality of the said sound you're manipulating. So now that doesn't even sound like a vulture anymore. That just straight up sounds like static television. It gets worse. It loses quality. You don't want to do that. I mean, you can, if you're like a god gamer, right? If you're a god at this, you can really manipulate the sounds accordingly to like intentionally stretch that up to make it sound robotic-ish if you're ever doing like robots or whatever or anything inorganic. But generally, mostly, you want to make sure you're keeping track of what the sounds actually sound like before you stretch it too far. So this was, I think it's normal length. You can do it a little more here. So that's it's not losing its quality there. But again, if you do it a little bit too much, then that's where
Yeah.
you'll start noticing, like, yeah, there you go. So that's stutter too. That doesn't really fit exactly, but we can probably cut that off, fade it in a little bit so that it sounds like that's only what's being heard. There you go. So we can do that, and then we could probably add in like pitch if you want to like put it down more. And there you go. So let's get in that actual tremolo we need, which in this case would be an HY plugin. So again, it's just another plugin I got off online. And then the rate is how much it shakes. They could turn it up more for more higher hertz. So we can match this properly to probably how the head shakes. So let's see if we can get that going here. So there we go. And then the depth is like how much like it'll like dip up and down with that shakiness. So now you can hear the sound more fuller that way if you're adjusting it accordingly. So if it's all the way down, then it's pretty much no shakiness at all, right? There's no tremolo, and then you can just put that back up and there you go. But again, for a natural feel, if you're going to go for something more like inorganic or something, you could do it something like this, or again, like something more alien like that. But for this, let's just for the sake of it, let's keep it more in like the middle. That way, there's still some organic nature to it, and it still has that shaky vibe that the OG sound was given to us as. So then now we can do that to the rest of them probably. You can also just straight up like copy and paste these as well to keep the same consistency for every part of the sound you're going to use for these two. So we're going to grab that, bring it up a little bit. Then we're also going to grab you, bring it up a little bit. There you go. So now it's starting to sound something, you know, it's not just individual shit. So then we can go to the next thing. We can go to the attack here. Okay. Again, there's gonna be a lot of playback. You're gonna be hearing a lot of harsh shit. So you just, you know, get used to it. This is what you're gonna be dealing with. It's nice to also keep in mind of like if you're also gonna be a sound designer, I need to turn my fucking volume down. Keep in mind of the damn volume at your PC and keep things always like consistent between every project you work on. If you're gonna have your volume at such. So I like to always keep my volume consistently at 50 if I'm ever working on any project for any sounds because if you render something and give something to somebody like on one project, it could be like differently sounding than another. If your like overall volume on your PC is so damn loud, and then you're also adjusting all the other like individual volumes in like the in Reaper or whatever, and like no, you don't want to do that. So I like to again keep it at a consistent 50 on my PC, and just leave it at that, and then adjust each file sounds accordingly within the project, so less harsh on the ears. You can also fuck around with the EQ of something. So if I like say I turn down the bandwidth on EQ on this on the overall the sounds here, it's a lot less like grating on the ears too. I can also do more lesser dBs on the high shelf too for this. So these different like points here. So EQ is like handled differently between like every single program again. So, but if you turn down like the frequency and the gain on a lot of like of this stuff, there we go. So it's less grating on the damn ears compared to if it was turned off. So that's another way you could also soften up some sounds and make it less harsh. There's also pitch. So it's all about how the gain is affected. Pitch naturally affects gain too. So I can also make things deeper as well again. And that's another way of working around that as well. But because this guy is also very like alien-like and such, we don't want to make it too deep or anything. We still want to give it something, just not awful to listen to. There you go. So there's the attack, and then we mix it in with the core and have that open. Oh, sorry. Okay. So the buttons I'm also pressing here is so there's mute, and then there's single out. You single out one entire track or any subset folder of a track, and then everything else gets muted. So that's another way I like to go into each of these sounds individually and just say, all right, I solo you out, I solo you out, and then I can just listen to those and not everything else to distract me. There you go. So already it's starting to sound nice, but we could probably blend that in more with the main core. And then we can also get this bird more heard. Bird is the word, heard is bird. It's already getting better and better, so you can fuck with each individual sound accordingly. So now there's a bit of like a deeper like pitch with the attack there. There you go. What's this? There is that. We can probably pitch that down too. It's a little much. There we go. Excuse me. And this is just a pine cone, pigs, vultures, man-made stuff with steam, water, and this was what, an owl, and there you go. So that's the attack, the core mixed in. There you go. It doesn't have to be like with any of these three sounds either. You could like mute other sounds too. Like play with them however you want. Think of this as just like you're just building on these blocks to just make an entire like Lego set. Like if you want to be like autistic like that like I do all the time, we love autism. Then yeah, go for it. You can definitely see of it just like that and you can just take out certain blocks, mute things and then just see what how things sound like from there. So that peg is gone, which is naturally more bassier, so we don't have that anymore. You can't like feel it in your ears instead of just hearing it. But now the pig allows us to hear it more because it's again another bassier sound, so we can take out and have those higher points there that you're seeing in the image right there of the block get have it get faded down and then have the entire thing get overall raised up. There you go. So yeah. And then we could bring in the breath as well with that. Ooh, want to mute that up too. So it's still not aligned right, so I think we can probably bring all of these back a little bit. There you go, and then we can bring these a little bit more forward. There you go. Boom. And of course, you want to always make sure to make so another what I also do is that I want to make sure that all of these also have some reverb to it. So you want to make sure these guys actually sound like they're in a place, they're in a spot to give it like a little bit of extra flair. So yeah, so that the core part sounds like it's more like it's in a room now. There we go. So the core sounds like it's more in a room, and then we can probably just, so these settings right here, again, with any other effect, you can see right here, room size, we can turn that down. But what's always consistent between every single effect normally, I would assume it's also like this in every program too, is that there's always a wetness and a dryness. So the higher your dryness is, then the less effective your effect will be. And also that increases the volume too, holy shit. So the more dryness, then the less the effect will actually be affecting the said track. The more wetness, then the more the effect will actually take place in said track. That sounds cool as shit. So yeah, there you go. There's different things you could like fuck with all these little individual settings to make it sound completely different or whatever you want to do entirely. And this is like this again for every effect that you work with. So there will always be a wetness and a dryness. I like to make sure that in case if I want to add in reverb to something that the wetness isn't too high, it's more or less in the -18, and then dryness would just be like at its regular like level here. So -18 and then 0, and then the room size is pretty much dependent on the creature size. So anything that's like a person, I keep it 50 to 60. If I'm ever working on like Evo Bronto, that guy is getting straight up put to like 80 or even at times like 90. Um, yeah, so there's that fade out echo you can hear. That's what we want. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want for certain creatures like that that are that big that'll make, those echoing sounds a little more naturally. We want that flair, we want that natural, like it's actually there and it's believable that it's there in an area or an environment. Yeah, so there's not a lot of echo to that, but there's still a little something to it that you can listen to that'll, again, just give it a nice little touch. And then I like to add this to every single part that I have here, even the breath as well, but not as strong because generally a breath isn't like a proper vocalization. So you don't want this echoing as well. Too much. So breaths are always going to be a lot more quieter, so you can bring that down, and then you can bring down the wetness a little more on that too. This already has reverb to it. There you go. That's
Sweet.
pretty much your roar right there. Then you could just straight up render this. Make sure you set up a directory for where you're going to send your render to. So, you know, all the folders and stuff, then we want to slash that and make sure a folder's being made right there. So, tat, there you go, lapis tat. And then it'd be, so again, naming conventions. So there's, when you're rendering something, you want to do like the name of the guy you're working for, or whatever, company, whatever the hell, like Treyarch AR-15 underscore fucking shot or whatever the hell. So you would do like lapis underscore and then the name of the creature, right? Tat, and then it would be roar test, and then it'd be the first test, so test number one. Um, Sample rate. So these are all like quality stuff and whatnot that you should look into here and there. Um, so sync interpolation and sample rate pretty much from, forgive me, I don't understand it to the fullest, but it's just like the quality of like how shit it's gonna sound like or not, pretty much when you're rendering a sound. I just like to keep them in the solid middle of what they're already middle of what they were already like recommended to be. The higher you'll make these, so it says it right there, very slow or like highest quality, like fast, like very slow render or slow render, and then it'll just be like right here, so low quality. So the higher the number you set the sync interpolation from, which is the resample and the sample rate, then the higher the file size will be. Sound should never be the highest file you have in any project. That should probably be like models or textures. So don't make it like that. Just keep it at the recommended like hertz and resample that it's recommended and you'll be fine. Don't mess with that. Stereo and mono are two different things though entirely you want to set these on. So mono is a singular thing that the sound source is coming from. Mono, singular, right? And then stereo, so think of like stereos or like actual like like stuff you play like music out of, like the big like speaker stereo shits. So stereos would be something you hear more on your left to right sides of your ear of whatever source it's coming from, but mono would be more singular. So in this case, if it's a creature that we're working on, you want to make sure it's coming from a singular source, that obviously being the creature, and then you want to set to mono. Everything else you don't really need to worry about. Formats obviously is something you need to keep in mind. So MPEG4 or Windows Media, that's video. So literally this is the MP4 format here. There's MP3, wave sound. So if you're working on, it's different per like engine or whatever project you're working on pretty much, but generally if a sound is going into Unreal Engine 5, you want to make sure it's in a wave format, 16-bit PCM. That's it, nothing else. It MP3 doesn't work. Obviously you don't want to render a sound that's going to be, you know, of an MP4 video. That's not how that works, right? You can't do that. So but for the sake of the test, we're going to make sure this is also in video format. And yeah, everything's fine. H.264 AAC audio, right? The proper render resolution size, 1920 by 1080. That's my monitor, I think. Frame rate, frame weight, frame,
Oh,
frame
I
rate.
think the flame weight.
The frame rate. The frame rate is on the FPS of the stars at 1920 by 1080. And then I made it up in Windows Media, and then we render the file,
Oh
and
my god,
that's
he
it.
just tweaked. You see, it was just fucking spaz.
I've been talking way too much, man. Okay, another thing, bounds. So I just rendered the entire project right there. So we probably just rendered like all of this entirely. Don't do that. So again, another reason why we highlight over the sounds you want actually rendered is so that you switch this from entire project to time selection. So you want it on time selection. That way, when you're sending something to somebody, they're not just hearing like a bunch of other fuck ass sounds at the end all of a sudden. Yeah, you don't want that. Just yeah, time selection, and then you render at the time selection you had. So I want to overwrite that, and it's rendering, and boom, there you go. So you find the file, you submit it to the boss, be like, "Hey, boss, here's the fucking roar. Go fuck yourself. Hey, get out of here." And don't say that. But you show that to them, and then they'll probably be like, well, I believe we could add a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then you adjust accordingly. So that's it. I just send it to Lapis in his DMs. There's the roar, and what do we think? Is it dog shit or is it not dog shit? And then we go from there, and then we adjust accordingly. Um, yeah,
Stunning.
that's pretty much the gist, the rundown of what you'd usually do with this. So you're going from your file explorer to this over and over. You're playing back the sounds over and over again. You're experimenting with different effects, yada yada, and then you're rendering that out, and you're going back and forth with your boss or whoever again you're working under, and then there you go. So um, definitely also one last thing keep in mind whenever you're working for somebody or for anybody. Um, Always keep in mind that the first iteration, the first tests aren't always going to be the right thing. And always respect of what the actual person you're working under for wants their thing to sound like. So um, keep that in mind. You'll get used to it. If they say, it's not right, I think we could do a little bit of this, don't get butthurt. Don't do that. And I always say this, a good artist always is open and welcome to feedback, to change, and to respect that the property of what they're working and helping to make. So this isn't your guy. This is someone else's guy that they're bringing you on board because they trust you to help bring their idea to life. It's not your idea. You're just helping make their idea come to life. Respect that, get used to that, and you'll be fine. And that just goes with anything, animating, modeling, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Lapis is a dog shit. Is it
Is it
not dog
dog
shit?
shit? Is it dog
Is
shit?
it
No,
dog
I like
shit? I
it.
just sent it to you. I don't know. You like it?
Let me
Okay.
listen. Let me listen. Let me take a listen. I haven't heard it enough yet. Let me.
Yeah, yeah. So, where the fuck is my iced tea? I talk way too much. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah. No, I think that sounds good. I feel like the roar itself could be a little. I feel like the roar itself is kind of quieter than the breathing. That's like the only thing. I feel like either the breathing could be lowered or the actual roar could be increased in volume.
Yeah, sure.
It's like the one thing. But no, I like it a lot. I think it's good. I will be. Yeah, I I also need to get some water too. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll take a little. We'll take
So
a
that
little.
needs to be increased. So we don't have to always like go into like each and every individual sound to increase the volume. So raise that up or down with the little volume like tab here. We can always just go to here with the actual track itself and then increase the volume right, left, or if you're moving your mouse up or down after you're clicking and holding that down. So we can move that up just a tiny bit. And then we can also do that too here. And then boom, there you go.
Yeah, I think that sounds
We
good.
can also bring down the breath as well, since you wanted that lowered as well a little bit. So
Pretty fire.
resend that. Test number 2. No, what it's a. Why is that showing up on my other monitor? When you're rendering something as well, it's also going to give you like a preview. But I wanted to show that, but I can't. It's not. I don't know why. But whenever you render something, it'll show you a preview of stuff, of the entire sound in general, and whether it'll peak or not. There'll be like red bars or not. Essentially, if there's not any red bars, then good, thank God. That's called peaking. You want to make sure your sound doesn't peak because essentially that's just it being too loud to the point where it brings down the quality of the entire sound itself. I think I can actually make that appear up real quick of what I want to show. If I just ignore these colors and shit, because this is also a plugin I'm working with, but that's not the purpose of what I want to show. This is also a really good plugin too. I forgot what it was, but I definitely recommend this. It's like render boxes or whatever, because I can render multiple like sounds at a time if I'm doing variations or whatever. But yeah, that's let's put this sweet. Render that. Can I? There you go. So whenever you, this is what I wanted to show. Whenever you render something, it'll show up a preview of what the sound is in the timeline, and then this little red line here. That's fine. You don't have to have like, you don't have to. You can if you want to bring. Oh shit. Well, there's my background. Where the fuck is Reaper? There you go. You don't have to have like you can fix it if you want to of this like little red line here, so this little peaking spot, but you're not gonna notice the overall quality of the sound going down or like any big things at all if there's just like a little blip here. Um, a lot of the time there's like I'll have like little bits of red lines here of like it peaking quote unquote, but like when it really gets bad is like here I can probably like fucking increase the volume on all of these and then render that again, overwrite. It'll probably, yeah, so this, you don't want to see this though. If these red lines are thick as hell, do not do that. Adjust it appropriately, right? So bring down the volume, set up some EQ like I did before with bringing down its gain of each band on the EQ, and then, simmer that down. Because you don't want to blow out your boss's ears, right? You don't want to do that shit. So don't. And, fix it up and then render it, and then there you go. Then you can send it back. So, yeah. Definitely also keep that in mind as well, please. Okay, adjust that back to where it was. Make sure we save project, Control S, and then sound test 2, render, and then boom, that's the second test, and then we can send that back to him and be like, is the volume increase good like you requested, sir? Go fuck yourself, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Ah! Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So, that's pretty much it. And then we just render that as the final thing. So take out the test, roar 1, and then you make sure it's in wave, because if it's not a test, then you're actually going to put this in the kit. So wave 16-bit, excuse me, roar 1, and then render that. And then you want to grab the file and then throw it at your boss and be like, there you go, there's roar 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm walking here.
Do you want me to plug it in?
Yeah, go plug it in.
You want me to plug it in?
See what it sounds like in the kit. I should open up your stream and see how shit I sound.
No, you shouldn't. Hold on, I'll show you here. There we go. Let me grab it real quick. Hold on.
Says your stream is paused.
Of course it does.
Stream the yeah, that's a Discord issue. Stream the screen itself, not the not the actual application. Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing?
It's a little
Come on,
shit.
man. Come on.
It's a little shit.
Make some sounds. Oh God. Hello?
Yeah, hi.
You don't mind me, I just fucking went into the wrong folder for some reason. I'm gonna make a little cue. Do you? Yeah. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh, do you do a variant for it? Or were you already planning on showing that?
Yeah.
I don't know if you were already planning on showing that or not.
I forgot about that. No. You're good. You're good.
Let me plug this in first, real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Just play sound. Yeah. I mean, I think I've already talked about it on this end, but there's some stuff in the sound itself that you have to set up, like attenuation and stuff. There is some of that stuff that can be done in here with attenuation. We'll do maybe medium high. Do I dare? Fuck it, we ball. You do a little medium high.
Attenuation is also like how far the creatures sounds go, right?
Yep.
Okay, how far you can hear them, yeah. So
I think
I'm also learning how to properly implement these into the kit too, so I need to keep that in mind.
Sometimes it's super funny. Super sense. Yeah, so you're like that. animation. There you are. Make sure it lines up. What a little freak. Okay.
Freak Bob.
Freak Bob. Hello.
Freaky.
Alright, hold on. Let me get this guy.
Gaming.
I can hear my stream coming from you.
Yeah, I'm
I just heard myself go, freaky. Okay. Yeah, no, that sounds good in game. Yeah, if you want to do a variant, or if you want to talk about doing variants,
Yeah.
let me pull back up your stream. Hold on. Alright, hold on. We could take a little break. Hold on. I actually need to go get some water real quick, so
Yeah,
I am going to take a break. If you want to take a break now too,
yeah, by all means, cut down.
we can. Alright.
I never open up the goddamn stream yet. So I don't even know if anything, I'm gonna talk there and that. No, people, okay. What is up, people of the Lapis chat? What is good? Hello, Blue Suko. I saw I saw somewhere that you were your Suko Mimus and stuff. Yeah, it looks really good, man. Of the recording or update of it in kit. Looks pretty sweet. Yep. Pretty much just waiting on this guy. I guess while he's gone, I can also just go over like how to make variations. It's not that hard, so I would assume if this guy would also want three variations, so just click, drag, highlight, Control C to copy, and then you'd want to like paste that down every time. Get the other stuff out of here. And there's not an underlay, so we don't need that. Then because these files are also these files are also very much there's other like variations of each sound I'm working with here, so we can just straight up hold Alt and then so right there the two arrows you're seeing that's popping up on the mouse, click and then just drag it over. It's as easy as that, at least on my end. You might have to, if you're doing other variations for sounds and you don't have, so the specific sound files you're working with, if they don't have like these variations of the other kinds of them like in the same like file, then yeah, you're gonna have to go out into like your file explorer and then grab other stuff you think could substitute for that well, and then drag them in and do all that stuff. But for me, because I purchased high quality packs with my own money and all that shit, big dog, big pimpin', I can just drag these over and that's it. And then they'll sound pretty differently. You can also, so another way of making variations is that you can just delete others, lower volumes of some parts, raise the volume of others, switch out the variations maybe, yada yada. You could also make a duplicate, take out all the others, and then you could adjust the parts you use, and then just like add a little bit of pitch here and there. So there you go. So there's plenty of ways of making variations like that. I like to pretty much just do everything I just said, and of course more. But the more I would be doing is not really necessary to show off. It's all right. This is pretty much enough for what you want to do if you want to do variations. So again, we have 3 different copies. We can just drag over the others. And sometimes the variations you'll have, so like if there's like this, it's what, a pig grunt squeal, so sometimes it'll not last as long as the others. Make do with what you can, ease things in and out, adjust accordingly, and there you go. No biggie. No biggie iggy. If anything, the different lengths aren't really going to be like a huge problem for you as long as generally everything else has like, yeah, see, so everything else pretty much is the same length, except for the pigs. If generally everything else does, then if anything, that just adds more variation to your stuff. As long as things differentiate more but still sound the same, then that's what you want. So they can pull up that video with view, video, and then replay it back. So control and then scroll up or down can squish the tracks or not, at least in Reaper. You can also press Alt, or no, is it Shift? Oh no, it's it's regular scroll. So if you just regular scroll wheel with your mouse, you're also like squishing it left and right horizontally and not vertically of the tracks. So there you go. There you go. Those variations right away. No biggie. And then you'd go in and render out each and every singular one. Roar 2 and Roar 3. Boom. Right? You do that. Or you can be like me and got the plugin, and then you just label all these out in one go. Render blocks. That's the plugin. I recommend render blocks if you're going to use Reaper and do all this stuff. It's so fucking good. So you do render blocks, and then again you type it out with the naming conventions. Keep that in mind. Lapis, tat, roar. Then there you go. It's roar 1, 2, 3. And then I can just highlight all of these instead of just doing it individually. And then render them. Boom. We love render blocks. We love render blocks. Oh my god, I love render blocks so goddamn much. Kablooey kablow. It's so good. There you go. Another showcase on how to do variations. And this guy went off to go take a break. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Nothing to it but to do it. I need another drink though. Holy shit. God damn, man. Jesus. God, I'm hungry. I need to eat. I haven't ate all day. Ugh.
Hello? Oh no, he's AFK.
No, I'm not. Sorry, I was typing.
Heard.
Heard that.
Alright, what did I miss?
Nothing, I just showed them how to make variations, and that was it.
Yay! Yippee!
There's your 3 variations for your roar. Pay me $600 billion.
500 cigarettes.
7,000 pigeons. Eat this, man.
Alright.
Yeah, that's literally it. So what? I covered all that stuff in what, an hour time?
Yeah.
Kinda. More or less. Give or take.
Less than, yeah.
Fart. Fart shit. Shit fart.
Yeah.
of course, there's a lot more to it. A hell of a lot more to sound design and making sounds, but that's the general gist of of things.
All right, let's slaughter in. Yeah, actually, let's set you to 1.
While he's plugging things in, also, I know people from time to time they still ask me, so like, where do you get your sounds, or how do you even get these parts in general, stuff like that. Again, there's libraries I enjoy, such as Boom Library. There's A Sound Effects too. I'm going to plug some of those in the chat in case anyone wants to take a look at them or keep them in mind. You can literally just look up like whatever you're thinking of, whatever you need, like sound stores or whatever, and there'll be some out there. Go through them. If you got the money, pay for them, right? Do your research, of course, before you pay for them. Make sure they're good quality. Read reviews, all that shit. You know, the usual stuff you do when you're buying things online.
All right, let's see.
Father.
Oh, I forgot there's a 10-second cooldown. All right, I gotta wait. What a silly guy.
Well,
yeah. Cool. Sick. Sick! That sounds good. Super. I'm gonna bump up the volume a little bit. 205. Are you a fan of 205?
205?
Are you a fan of
What's
205? 205?
I don't know what that is.
Don't worry about it. Because I'm saying it wrong. It's not 0.5. That's the correct one.
Yeah.
As you say, not 0.5. So they say 0.
I'm gonna start pasting. I DM'd you at Lab as well. I'm gonna start copying.
Oh yeah, I'll put them in the description. I'll put them in the description too.
Links in the chat. All right, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna start putting these in the chat too, in case anyone wants to take a look at them. Another way I straight up get sounds is that you can also look for sounds like on like websites and stuff, and you just I can't recommend like a site to look on and look around. Like if anything, you could also go to the websites I just linked, and then like you can make free accounts with them, no biggie. Sign up for their newsletters and emails. They'll most often than not send you free stuff like every month in your email too. It's another good way of getting stuff to work with. They'll have sales and all sorts of shit. But there are also websites you can look at that you can just straight up grab free sounds on the occasion here and there. Just look things up, and like you'll find it. Um, YouTube is also a thing. YouTube is godsend, right? I literally just like open up YouTube on one monitor, and on the other I just record it with OBS if I don't feel like finding a godforsaken blow your computer up website of an MP3 fucking ripper from YouTube. Those things are so hard to find that won't like set fire to your shit and give you 3 billion malware viruses. Actually stupid.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Do you want to do one more or no?
We can
You want to do the eat?
We can do one more. We can do like I was thinking honestly like something with Foley, yeah, something like a bite
or the eat, yeah.
Or the eat. There's
They're eating.
Out, jump in and eat.
They're eating. They're eating.
Just for ease of use, I copy and paste, and highlight everything. Animation's out. We bring in the new animation that we're working with, the eat. Adjust media based on this tempo. What the hell is this? What kind of a file is this?
Oh, maybe it's Hold on, I think I know.
Fuck is this? Is this the E? That's it? What the hell is this?
No, wait. I wonder
But
if it's frame rate because I wonder if it's set to 24.
it did tell me like readjust the frame rate of the video.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
that's what
it's
the
it's set to
message
it's
showed
set to
as.
25 instead of.
Oh yeah, yeah. You goober. You
My
messed
bad.
it up. What you doing?
Yeah.
This guy.
Hold on.
This is the E. Is this not a bite or something?
No, it's an eat. He's eating.
He's eating.
I just took a
So
clip of it. I'm sending it
this
to
is
you.
the animation that'll play if it consumes meats or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well
Hey.
then.
Pop it. Pop it.
Hey.
Pop it. Pop it. Hey. The letter A.
Alright, I'm sending it to you. Hold on. Yeah. I'm sending it to you now. Hopefully, it did it. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. You may just have to kind of. It's kind of awkward to time it, but yeah.
No, I got it. Relax, I'll handle
I am the angry pumpkin.
it. I'm the angry pumpkin.
Relax.
I'll handle
Heard. Okay.
He's playing from his residence. The hand is soaring.
Well, something this individual. I don't remember how it goes. What is it?
Take note of the dive rocket launcher. Take action regarding this
Regarding
individual.
this individual. That's what it is.
Beware of the dive rocket launcher. Take action regarding this individual.
Relax.
What does it play? Right there. There we go. Again, you grab on the something and you just drag it along. If you want to do it more precise, you hold shift and drag.
Oh, how very fancy.
Yup. Sure, your
Oops.
the end is where
The end.
it is again.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. Now we have a properly referenced animation. Oh, look at that. It's a little miniature stream I got right there. Oh, look at it. Fucking get on the other
Bye.
monitor. Streamception. We got that streamception. So we could just straight up reuse a lot of these sounds too, if anything. But how many variations do you want for the eat, by the way?
Just one.
Just one.
Yeah, he's not gonna use it.
Generally, it's always like that because
Yeah.
it's usually the longest and most unused part of Creature that you'll
Yeah.
hear as often, not as often. So this is pretty short. Bring all these back in here and just adjust accordingly. I would go through some variations here. You can also keep in mind of the set of animals or parts you have used for this. There we go. Ah, wait, I think I deleted some of the other, there we go, some of the other sounds that I was, here we go. It should actually be everything now. There, okay. Boom, kerplow. Bring all
That's
these
5
into
big
my
booms.
timeline. 5 big booms.
Boom, boom, boom.
So yeah, obviously if you just like reuse some of the stuff as you did before, then it won't like sound right at all. That's not it eating at all. That's just not it. So we're gonna reuse and take some stuff out of certain things. So pine cone, bow screech, we got to keep that in mind again. So keep in mind the parts we use. So pine cones, pigs, vultures. So let's go back into our files and go see if we can find any other sounds that those guys did of different shit. Where did I go for this? Okay, I remember now. Let's see what we got. More pinecone. Pinecone. Yep, use that. Some of that too. This one new. Okay, shut the fuck up. We go into some of the animals we use, such as it was pigs. Yeah, you know, some nice, subtle, shorter stuff. That's a ram.
Such a funny sound. Love him.
We love
He's just
rams.
like me for real, for real.
Nah.
A big fan.
Yeah, some short farts.
He's a little silly guy.
That's a long fart.
You know what they say.
Man's gotta go. Man's gotta go. It's not a lot of stuff that will also fit the vulture. I can go into also how to get around that pretty easily. So it's just a lot of like stretching down and like cutting things off here and there to make things sound more abrupt and such. If you're ever going to reuse stuff like that. Let me go here so we can again go through the same process of just singling out tracks, going through them one at a time, and making them match. So it's about this length. How long was this? Like 2.5 seconds. So roughly 2.5 seconds, two and a quarter. Bring this up. So less reverb too for anything that's like, I guess like eating or anything that's less dramatic or out there. So keep in mind of the reverb and effects you've used, so we can definitely bring that down to like 60. Bring down that wetness because you're not going to hear like something travel as far as like if a cow or something is like eating like grass and they're munching, you're not going to hear like reverb to that, right? You're not going to hear it go echo or the distance, right? You'd hear like it mooing or making a proper vocalization, and that's what it'll do, right? So always keep the reverb in mind for whatever and the effects you used again. So we can also bring down the pitch to make things sound more relaxed because again, this guy is just eating, so it's not like he needs to sound energized or anything. So we could definitely, Jesus, shift, alt, there we go. So make sure it's still highlighted properly. Or the pine cones we used. Yep. We could cut off that higher pitched part because I don't think we honestly really need to use that. Again, just keep making sure you cut things off and fade things in and out appropriately. If it's something like eating, so like also keep in mind it's probably going to do like a small vocal. And then that's where it'll like probably around here is where it looks like it'll start cutting off of the vocal to bite. And then you'd want to space that out appropriately. There we go, like that. Make harsher cuts and stuff because keep in mind, again, just where it's going to eat and use its mouth compared to when it's going to open and close. All about the timing with that. Could probably use other things. Yeah, we could use that, yeah. Harsher cutout for the fade in, or no, that's the fade out. We can lower that pitch to make it sound more relaxed again. Bring this over to more pig stuff. Make it sound more consistent in the same animal by using the same parts, one after the other. We can duplicate that because this is going to be a bit of a longer, yeah, so because we could just separate that and then adjust its pitch a little more accordingly. Make it sound more relaxed. We could also fuck with the EQ on this whole thing entirely to bring down that gain, that sharpness of how loud the sound is. There you go. And then we could probably like an ending little grumble there or something. Stretch that out to make it sound more faded. Do the same here with this other sound to make it sound consistent. There we go. Delete these other two. We don't need these. And this can pretty much just, so again, like we probably don't need like every other vocal. It's probably not going to be breathing when it's eating, so we could take that out. There's not going to be any harsh or sharp attacks. There's no need to, because again, if it's going to be, in this case, eating, it's going to sound more relaxed and such. So no sharp sounds, nothing too high, no breathing when you're eating anything. So yeah, that too. And then there you go. On the vocal end, that's pretty much good. Now, what can really wrap this up is we work with Foley sounds. So there's a difference between Foley and vocals. Foley sounds, again, is the physical actions you're going to hear anywhere else. So you can literally, like quite literally, the sounds of a pine cone being scraped along a box. That's a Foley sound. So it's any actions you're going to hear. So with this, the Foley sounds we need to make sure we construct up is some biting stuff. This guy needs to sound like he's eating something. So we're going to go back into our files.
They're eating.
Gonna go into the Foley section. I'm going to take a sip of my fucking iced tea. No, wait. Yeah, with my iced tea. Throat is hurting. I want some pizza. I'm gonna order pizza later.
Hell yeah.
Let's start going through some bite sounds.
Let's
Oh shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sorry, it's so really funny. Like,
yeah, just smack, yeah, you know. You're mixing some of that, right?
it sounds. I don't want to say it on. I don't even want to say it on a live stream.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. It sounds funny. It sounds funny.
Oh
it
my
sounds
god.
Funny. It sounds hilarious. So good.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, cut all that out. Shorten this. Let's see if we can time it with where the bite happens. So the second jaw closing motion sounds a little bit more, looks a little bit more immediate. So so that's a little slower, and then that's a little bit faster. So we can add in the more sharper sounds, but the faster bite close, and then sprinkle in a little bit of the other stuff with that. Pull over another variation they probably have. There you go. It's a little sharp in the ears. We can also work in some pitch and some EQ and bring down that gain a little bit. and that can just be as excuse me, holy shit. That is serviceable for this. Now I'm getting hungry. All this eating stuff, man. My body is also getting hungry. I'm not here. I want food. Um, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
And I don't have to render this out in sense. How's that sound, Lapis? How do you want me to render an asset to you so you can listen to it, or
No, it's
on
alright.
your own, or?
Yeah, sure, if you want to. But yeah, no, you don't need to worry about
Yeah,
like
no,
finish it or anything tonight. That's fine.
No, it's fine. We can just finish this now and wrap this up. This will be pretty quick. So bite, and then you would replace the roar with, so it'd be Lapis bite tat. I mean Lapis tat bite. Test 1, and then ignore the background.
Yeah.
Gonna send that to you. Bite test deploy. There you go.
Hell
Let
yeah.
me know what you take of that Lapis Lazuli.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Okay, there you go. So we can also either render this separately, so the Foley can sound separate than the vocals, or they can just all be rendered together. That's definitely possible. So you can just, again, single them out, render it, and then there you go, and then do the same. Generally, you could also do that to help give more variations if you're going to implement stuff like that into any, kit or whatever, but you don't have to. Um, I always do that because, I'm a professional. I got to go above and beyond. I got to do that shit. But for this case, we don't have to do that. It can all just be rendered together in one singular sound.
Yeah.
Wave format, 16-bit. There you go. And then we send that over to Lapis, and then there you go. He can use that now for when the guy needs to bite, and he can set that up in the kit. And I'm gonna take another sip of the water. Holy shit! All this talking is really doing a number on my damn throat.
Oh, that's alright. Let me import that real quick. But yeah, no, I think that should be it. Yeah. Yippee! Yay! Hell yeah, we have been going for over 5 hours now. So
Yeah, time to wrap it up.
yeah, time to
Go to
wrap it up.
sleep.
Why is it called bite?
Wrap it up.
Why did you call it bite and not eat?
There you go. So
Yeah.
keep in mind and pay attention to the naming conventions. So yeah, that's my bad. Let's eat.
Yeah.
You can just rename
Yeah,
that.
no,
off,
I
'cause
got
the
it.
file
I got it.
itself-
I renamed it. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah. This is so professional.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Is there anything else you'd like to plug before we call it quits? Anything you want the people to know about you? Where can they find you? Anything you want to plug, like a Artstation or anything like that you want to do, or no?
Yeah, I guess I could plug in something. So I'll just send you the link to my Discord. Again, so going back to a little about me, you've probably known me for a lot of the sound work I've done for all sorts of people, not just on Ark, but on Path of Titans, and again, once upon a time, Beast of Bermuda, but of course, not
We
anymore.
don't talk about that anymore.
We don't talk about it anymore. But yeah, I still do work for a lot of good people and mods such as Primordial Tyrants on Path of Titans, Jurassic Fang Design, even as far back as when Doc J used to do his own stuff. But these days I also work on Paleo Arc, I work on Tristan's mods, a lot of stuff here and there, even Merm's mods some time ago. I did some of Moronata stuff, Tweez Hatzagopteryx, like not to sound like an ass, but like pretty much the majority of stuff like of any mods you've probably heard in Path of Titans or in Arc, I've helped work on the sound design for that. So again, you've probably known me for some of that stuff, but these days I am now finally starting to work on my own stuff, my own mods. So I'm you know, on my stream right here, I'm working on.
Oh, I got it. There we
A
go.
little loud, but yeah, as you can see on the stream, hopefully if he's showing you, I'm working on my own you know, sound mod. So it's going to be overhauling a lot of the sounds of the current creatures in the game and stuff. It's going along pretty well. So yeah, that's new stuff I'm going to be working on for Osodon, Megaraptor, Gigantoraptors. So I'm making a sound TLC mod with that, and I'm also making a actual creature mod, which is called the Lithorachne. Definitely going to be working on that and trying to get it out this year. It's going to be my first creature mod. Finally getting out of the nest, and instead of just helping people, I'm going to be doing my own shit. So if you want to see more updates on all of that cool, funny stuff, then, you know, hit up my Discord. I'm
Yeah,
sure
for sure.
Apples will put that somewhere in the description, you know. And keep an eye out for any stuff I do in the future. Appreciate you. Yeah, much love. Kisses,
Hell
smooches,
yeah.
all that shit.
Excellent work.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Of course, man, of course.
Yeah, and we're gonna go ahead and I think we're gonna call it quits. Yeah, we'll be doing more. We'll be doing more with this guy soon. I think I'll push up. I think I'll push out a cook. Um, that's fucking. I don't want to know what that is. We're not gonna worry about that. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. Um,
Sure.
yeah, thank you very much. I'm gonna be pushing out a cook so you guys can try this out in game. It's not gonna spawn. It's not gonna actually. Oh wait, actually, shit. Yes, it will. So I can't push out a cook. Shit. We'll figure something out. There'll be updates sometime soon. Yeah, thank you very much. We'll be doing another one very soon. Bye bye. Thank you, Mordekaiser.